Okay, Vice Mayor Kennedy, we are ready.
Okay. Good evening, folks. The mayor is not with us this evening, so I'm going to take over the meeting here for just a few minutes, and then we'll be swearing in a new vice mayor, and he'll be taking over at that point. So, Roseanne, would you like to call the roll call, please?
Yes. Mayor Hopping? Vice Mayor Kennedy?
I'm here.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
I'm here.
Commissioner Hemingway?
I'm here.
Commissioner Samaria?
Present.
Wonderful. Dan, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I have one quick addition I would like to make. Roseanne, at the last meeting, we all agreed that we would turn in our judges for the Halloween, or the, I keep saying Halloween, the holiday decorating contest. Can you, in your report this evening, can you announce who those judges are? Some folks have been asking me.
Yes, I have 2 or 3. I have to check on the email.
Okay. When we get to your section, we can do that. Oh,
right.
well, you can jump in Mario's report, I suppose. Does anyone else have anything to add? Art, do you have anything you want to add or change or delete?
No, I do not.
Dan,
No, sir.
you're good?
Yes, sir.
Judy,
Yeah, what?
anything you want to add, delete or withdraw?
Nope.
How about you,
Mr.
Mario?
Vice Mayor, if I may. Yes, sir. I would like to request that we move the vice mayor nomination from 5C up to 5A. And I would also like to request that we move item 15, which are the various reports, and combine that with item 8, which is information and updates, as they serve the same purpose.
And put 15 in place of 8. Combine them and move
Correct.
it up to number 8, or keep it down at the bottom?
Correct. No, combine.
We're going to move it up to number 8. Correct. Yes. Okay. Okay. So we're going to move the vice mayor announcement up to the top of section 5 and combine 15 and 8 in the position of number 8. Anybody have a problem with that? We're all good?
That's fine.
Okay. Okay. Then we are all set. Then next on the agenda is section 5. Mario, the vice mayor nomination. I'll turn that over to you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Kennedy. The mayor is
I can't hear you, Mario.
Mario, your sound is really bad.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Hello? Can you all hear me now?
There you go, Mario.
What about now? Can you hear me now? No?
No, Mario.
Okay. Okay. So months and in alphabetical order.
I'm not hearing anything he's saying. Would you like me to read it, Mario? I can do it from here and it'll be audible.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes. That's a little better, yeah.
Okay. So the nomination for vice mayor is done alphabetically. The first person every 6 months. So the first person would be Commissioner Art Gonzalez. Traditionally, as we've done it in the past, can I have a nomination for vice mayor? Thank you, Commissioner. Do I have a second? I have a nomination and a second for Commissioner Art Gonzalez to be vice mayor. Do we need a roll call, Ms. Clerk? Ms. Clerk? Ms. Clerk, do we need a roll call? We have a nomination and a second for Vice Mayor of Art Gonzalez. Do we need a roll call? Can all who approve say aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none,
You're
item
not gonna
passes
oppose, are you?
unanimously. With that, officially, congratulations, Vice Mayor Gonzalez. And thank you for your service, Commissioner Kennedy, as Vice Mayor.
You're welcome. Good luck, Art. Hey, Art, I owe you the Vice Mayor tiara. I couldn't make it to the log cabin this evening, so I'll bring it to you in January, okay?
Thank you, appreciate it. I'm sure it'll look beautiful on me. Okay, so is it my turn?
Yes.
Is everybody hearing me well? No.
I can't hear him.
Cannot hear me? Oh. It's probably because I'm muted, hold on.
There you go. You hear me now?
Yes.
Mac? You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. You sound really, really far away.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. All right. So the next thing on the agenda is the proclamation, the Heritage Month proclamation.
No, what
No, it
about
is not.
the swearing in of the manager?
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I apologize. I figured you were already here. My bad. I'm sorry. Too bad. All right. The next thing on the agenda is the the new manager swearing in. Somebody film this.
Sure. This is my beautiful wife, Carrie Diaz, who's here to swear me in today. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Mario Antonio Diaz,
I, Mario Antonio Diaz,
do hereby swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
do hereby swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and will obey the laws of the United States, state of Florida.
and will obey the laws. Do hereby swear
I will,
that
in
I
all
will
respects,
support
observe the
the
provisions of the Charter and ordinances
Constitution of the United States.
I will, in all respects,
and will obey the laws of the United
That I duly
States
qualify
and
to
the state of
hold
Florida.
office under the
I
Charter
will,
of the
in all
Village
respects,
of
observe the
Biscayne
provisions
And I will, in all respects, observe
applied to the office under the Charter of the Village
under the Charter of the Village of
and that I
Biscayne.
will
and that I will well and faithfully
perform
perform the duties of village manager,
And I will well and faithfully perform the duties of village manager,
of which I am about to enter, so help me.
of which I am about to enter, so help me God. Quick picture.
Taking a quick picture.
I don't know when I'm smiling.
I can see it. There you go.
Thank you. Let's get to work.
Let's get to work. All right. You're all sworn in now. Okay, so we can move on to 5B then, correct?
Yeah.
Proclamation, the Heritage Month. Commissioner Hammelberg, would you like to read that? Thank you. Sorry, I like surprises.
Biscayne Park Heritage Month proclamation. Whereas by the 1920s.
I'm not hearing anything.
muted.
Is someone talking?
Hold on. Are you muted? Yeah, she's muted. You're muted.
How's that?
There you go.
That's
Okay. Biscayne Park Heritage Month proclamation. Whereas by the 1920s, Arthur Murtlow Griffin had acquired and begun developing land along Dixie Highway north of Miami, which was subdivided and named Griffin Biscayne Park Estates and carefully planted with shrubs and trees so it resembled a huge botanical garden. And whereas in January 1923, Mr. Griffin began advertising the new gateway to Miami in the Miami-Dade metropolis, offering a free strawberry shortcake to potential drivers. Potential buyers. He particularly targeted young families to live in his new development by producing safe environments for children to play near the homes in the many cul-de-sacs with prices ranging between $4,000 and $4,500. And whereas by a vote of its 113 citizens, the town of Biscayne Park was incorporated on December 31st, 1931, and 2 years later, state charter was granted, changing the name to the Village of Biscayne Park. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Virginia O'Halpin, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby proclaim December 2020 as Village of Biscayne Park month.
Okay. Stand by. Where am I finishing?
It's over here.
All right, so there's a little extra area here that apparently was missed. It says, now therefore be it resolved that I, Virginia Halpin, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby proclaim December 2020 as Biscayne Park Heritage Month. And encourage observation of this special annual tribute by learning and celebrating the Village of Biscayne Park. Dated the 1st of December 2020, Village of Biscayne Park, Florida. Mayor absent. I'm sure she'll sign this, Virginia O'Halpin. Right?
Sorry, mine was incomplete.
No problem. So the next item, 5D, that's your item, Madam Clerk?
Yes. I hereby respectfully present the calendar tentative commission meeting for 2021, following the dates on the first Tuesday of each month. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just presenting the calendar with all the dates, and I need the approval of the commission.
I make a motion to approve the calendar of commission meetings.
I second it.
All in
I'd like
favor?
to make a comment about this before we take a vote on it, please.
Mhm.
Art.
Go ahead.
So our meetings start at 7 o'clock. Would anyone entertain the idea of starting the meetings earlier, starting them at 6 p.m.? I get a lot of complaints that the meetings go on too long, and especially now that we're doing them by Zoom. I think if we started at 6, it might be a lot easier for for residents and for all of us. And also I think about the staff, because when the staff closes up business over at Village Hall for the day at 5 or so, whatever time they wrap up in there, then they're here waiting until 7 o'clock, not just Roseanne and Mario, but a lot of other staff members as well. And it makes their day a whole lot longer. If we could shorten the gap between the end of their business day and the beginning of our meeting, we could get everybody home earlier.
Well, if we
I
promise to
would
start
be
at
interested in
6
starting-
and not end at midnight, yeah, I don't have a problem. But
Exactly.
yeah, but I don't have, I personally don't have a problem with that. I don't know if anybody else does.
I can't hear whoever's talking.
You're muted again.
Hold on. Go
Is
ahead.
that better? Yeah, it puts
There
me
you
in a
go.
little bit of a bind because I may or may not be home much before 6, and that would not give me an opportunity to eat anything.
And if I may, the village attorney can confirm, but I believe the dates and the time is set on a resolution. So in order to change, we have to go to a resolution.
Resolutions, correct?
We'd have to do it in a resolution.
Mr. Vice Mayor,
Yes.
actually, it's in the charter that meetings are at 7
7
o'clock.
o'clock, yep.
Oh, okay.
So,
No, we
it
can't
really
do it.
requires
Never
a
mind.
charter change, which we're not.
No, they don't do all that.
equipped to
Yeah.
Got it.
Don't do all that.
Thank you, Ed. Okay. So
Thank
we
you.
have someone approved,
Yes, I made a motion to
made a
approve.
motion?
I'll
And I
second.
second. Okay, just a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion passed 4-0.
Perfect. All right. Following, we've got public comments.
Let me check if there is someone with the raise a hand. Yes. We have David Raymond. You are muted, sir.
Good evening, everybody. And Mr. Manager, welcome to the Village of Biscayne Park. I wish you all the best in your new role. And you'll have your hands full, and you'll have some wonderful people to work with as well. Just a few things on 10B on the construction site. I just wanted to thank the planning board because I know this could have bopped around for a while, going back and forth for all kinds of comments. So I'm glad that they saw it first. And it looks like the changes that are in there seem reasonable. I know that since it's an ordinance, there'll be comment later, but I'm just raising that now. I think it was great that they did that. On 13A, Mr. Vice Mayor, thank you for putting that in about responding to the residents. In the old days, there was usually a response. When we got here, Heidi was the manager, and if one of the commissioners didn't respond, then typically Heidi would respond to whatever item was raised. So I don't know if you envision in your item also, whether it's one of the commissioners or the manager, but I think, there should be some response when people are asking questions and raising important items. So thank you for bringing that up. On 13C on the goals, Commissioner Samaria, thank you for putting those forward. One thing that I would add to your list, and it kind of loops into the CITT thing about let's do something, let's stop talking, do something, which is the drainage. We continue to have serious issues with the drainage around here, as all of you know. And then on 13D, Mac, thank you for raising that with the manager and in terms of having goals for the manager. And I guess I just have one question on that because it looks like the way that's framed, it's just sort of like a blank slate for the manager at this point. Is there not a job description with goals and such that are already in there, or is it just, hi, here's the job and here's the basic outline and there are no goals attached to that? I'm just asking, I don't know. So thank you.
Okay. Bobby Anderson.
Yes. Bob Anderson, 11th place, 119th Street. And I want to go ahead and commend the new village manager. He's got a long road ahead of him since we have not had a full-time village manager for too long, but I'm sure he's going to do a great job. One of the questions I do have, in the past years, the League of Cities used to go ahead and set up where each city was allocated a number of turkeys to give out prior to Thanksgiving. I don't know if we gave out any turkeys or not. I don't see anything posted, etc., or whether we even did that. On our new attorney, I have to commend their firm that they have the most detailed billing I have ever seen since I've lived here for over 40 years. And thank you. It's really, really enlightening to see. Also, village manager, as far as having goals, definitely some goals need to be set up. But I do believe when you first step into a job, handed goals immediately. You need to be able to go ahead and figure out the personnel you have and get your feet a little bit wet in the pool. So I agree that we need to have at least 30 days before we go ahead and start giving him goals, and I do agree, let's see what his goals would be after 30 days. And then the commission may agree with his goals or maybe want to go ahead and impose their own. And, there's a lot of other things that need to be done here. And I appreciate everybody, holding in during this virus and stepping up to the plate. Thank you.
Okay. We have Janie Anderson. You're muted, Janie.
Thank you. Janie Anderson, 11th place and 119th Street. Welcome, Mario It's really exciting to have you here. I am so confident that just hearing your drive and your vision that we are going to finally start making some progress, which I believe will include improved communication. One of my little pet peeves, sorry. All right, thank you again. I echo what David said. You know, we don't expect to have answers necessarily the night of the meeting, but at least to have our comments acknowledged, to know that it'll be followed through and we're not just speaking to dead air. Paperless agenda, 1 month before the year 2021. Gee, who'd have thought? That should be a no-brainer, easy, unanimous passing. There's no downside. And the upside being time saving, some money saving, a whole lot of paper saving. I know it's not always easy to get out of one's comfort zone, but that's really the right thing to do. Dan, I really appreciate your list, the list of goals you came up with, and I thank you for including the resurrection of the Code Review Board. But I have to agree and support the idea that Matt's putting forward to give Mario time. Let him evaluate the situation. Let all of you and all of us in the community see what he comes back with attached to a budget and a timeline. But you know, whatever way you guys go, I feel more confident tonight than I have in a long time that we're finally on the right path. Thanks.
Okay. Charles Ross, are you going to talk with Rox at the same time?
Well, Rox is going to speak, and I'm going to.
Okay. So Rox Ross.
Good evening, Manager Diaz. Mario, I am so pleased that you are here at the helm, and I have great confidence in your abilities to lead and manage Biscayne Park. This is the first time in village history that a manager is selected unanimously, not by 5, but by 7 sitting commissioners and commissioners-elect. So know that you have great strength behind you, and we look forward to many great things from you. I wanted to just mention to the commission that last month, the majority of you disappointed an overwhelming majority of the electorate. And I sincerely hope that that was just a beginner's misstep, and that in the future you adhere to your campaign promises and listen when the community speaks and follow what the community wants. Given that slight misstep, I still have great confidence in the success of the village, of this manager, and of this commission. Congratulations, everyone.
Okay. Gage Martin.
Hello. Hold on.
There you go.
Can you hear me? Hello, everyone. Good evening. This is Gage Hartung, 1029 Northeast 114th Street. So hold on, I gotta pull it up. A couple things regarding tonight's agenda. First off, congratulations and welcome Mayor Diaz, or Manager Diaz, I'm sorry. And I look forward to working with him. As far as the ordinances that are in front of us tonight, the construction ordinance, the Planning and Zoning Board did work with the village attorney on the language, and I believe it is all set out with underlines and crossouts, so for your consideration. As far as the FAA flight path, which I'm personally really involved with, it's nice to see that our attorney Ed Dion has engaged with this, and his firm has decided that they would actually help with us as the village. And I strongly urge our village commission to approve the funds that are required for that. It's just getting worse. I mean, this weekend I sat and listened to planes fly over my house, and even tonight with the inclement weather that we're experiencing, I'm concerned about the noise that's going to happen eventually. So regarding the paperless agenda items, I agree on a point on this. I think there's a point where we have to admit that technology does exist for this, that we have less, but being a board member myself, I do agree that there is a point of paper documentation in front of us that we have to have, that we do need to reconsider or consider at the time of our judgment. And so there's a plus and a minus to both of that requirement. And regarding Commissioner Samara's discussion of goals and priorities, I agree on certain points, and I just don't think that we don't need to bog down our new village manager so much in directive, and we should let him come up with his own commitments and goals for our village. So I will make myself available so that when the construction ordinance comes up, I am still here on this meeting, and I thank you all for your time.
Linda Dillon. Yay, you're back.
I want to welcome, 712 115th Street, Linda Dillon. I want to welcome our new manager, Diaz, and hope that you will become accustomed to our community, which is often like Charles Dickens and has great expectations.
Okay. Chuck Ross. You are muted, sir.
Hi, good evening. Chuck Ross, 11166 Griffin Boulevard. I also want to welcome our new manager. This is looking forward to this, seeing how everything goes. He's got a lot of tasks ahead. As far as I thought, Dan's points were well taken. I don't agree with the code review board, though. I was on that board, and I think that we probably need professionals to go through our codes at this point. I think that it was a long process, and we needed a lot of help, and so I would not go with that point. But and then let the manager sort through the rest of those items, which are all I'm sure already on his radar. Also agree with our Vice Mayor Art Gonzalez's item about comments. That worked out very well in prior administration. So I'm glad to see that Art put that on the agenda, and I'm sure that should go through. And as far as, let's see here, there's an item here about the attorney's time by commissioners. I really don't understand the point of this item. I read through the bills and I didn't see anything excessive in particular by commissioners, and I don't think you should hamstring commissioners necessarily to with their ability to interact with the attorney. I think it's a bad idea. And I also agree with Rox as far as the misstep, which I wouldn't call it a slight misstep. I'd call it a huge misstep of who continuing on with the prior mayor, but we'll see how that goes. Thank you. Have a good evening.
I don't see anybody else. Oh, okay.
Fred.
Is Fred John? You're muted.
Hi, Fred Jonas, 918 119th Street. And I really mostly wanted to talk about 13A, which is Art's mention of response to the neighbors who comment and ask questions. And I know a few people have talked about this. David Brayman brought it up. And just to remind you and let you know, Art, that in the past, before 2016, this was really never an issue. It was a matter that took care of itself because the commissions always had a degree of respect and interest in the neighbors who came to meetings. And they naturally commented and certainly answered questions. What you've proposed is a maximum amount of time that commissioners might be given to respond. But the problem we had since 2016 until now is that nobody respected even a minimum of time. So I think if you didn't do anything about this, I think sort of the natural progression of things would be that respectful and interested commissioners would, as I say, naturally and automatically want to respond to their neighbors and certainly answer questions. But it's an excellent reminder to remind your colleagues that we are all out here, we're all listening. Many of us have said something, some of us have asked questions, and it's the normal respectful thing to do, simply to talk to us.
Okay. Vice Mayor, I don't see anybody else raising their hand.
Okay, great.
Roseanne, is there someone with the last name Bratcher that's asking to speak maybe? He emailed me that he was going to try to speak tonight, and I see him in the meeting, and maybe he doesn't know how to raise his hand. Matt, if you're there and you want to indicate.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I saw. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for hearing me out, and thank you, Mac, for your attention. I live on 121st Street, and I wanted to bring up the issue of the median in between Biscayne Park and North Miami, and some motorists are cutting through the median and tearing up the landscape. Just wanted to see if that could be addressed.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you hear what I said about the median?
Yes, on 121st.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you for that.
One other small issue, if I could. There's an abandoned building on the corner of 121st Street and 8th Avenue, I believe. And it's been that way for 3 years. I just wanted to see if there was any status on any kind of renovations or what we can do about that eyesore. It looks rather dangerous.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Is that also?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matthew. That's the yellow house, isn't it? The two-story yellow house?
Yeah, the manager should have a report on it.
All right, fantastic. So we're
Consent agenda?
Comments?
Yeah. No more.
Okay, so we're closing public comments?
Yeah, and I will do
Fantastic.
city manager.
Yeah, I'm sorry?
8 is, it was just 8.
No, I was just going to say that in the spirit of mutual respect, there was a couple of questions that came up about the manager's goals, and perhaps we want to give the manager just a couple of minutes to give us his feedback on how he feels about these goals.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. What I can do is I can incorporate those comments within my report coming up immediately, so we can walk into it. Although the attorney's report first, but if he would allow me the courtesy, and I'll step in. I did want to just mention, and I know we'll get into it a little bit deeper when the items come in, but I have had the opportunity to speak with each of you, all 7 of you that had eventually entrusted me with this honor. And I think I have a good foundation of some of the priorities that are important for you all. And I've listed about 9 that I wanted to just touch on when it comes to the actual discussion, but I can rattle those off really quickly, and not to get into a long discussion in it. So in an essential response to Mr. Raymond and Mr. Anderson, yes, overall, the description of the job description says these are all the things you got to kind of take care of on a day-to-day basis, but it doesn't list the initial goals from the commission. Well, part of my interview and what I propose is creating that strategic plan and that budgeting process, because you're naturally going to obtain those priorities during that process of the commission and of the community, which ultimately is then entrusted for me for implementation. So how we kind of bind that together and start listing those, I think today we start having those initial discussions as to what I'm looking at. Although as part of the agreement, there are the first 6 months as to Commissioner Kennedy requested, find what those priorities are, come back, and then we can, at the 6 month, we can then do another review of your performance based on the priorities that you're giving. And I think tonight's intention of both Commissioner Samaria and Commissioner Kennedy's items are to start that dialogue. And so we'll get into a deeper discussion, but just quickly to answer their question, based on the conversations I've had with all the commissioners, the 9 items that I feel that are a top priority for me immediately are addressing the 6th Avenue DOT project, trying to finalize the CITT, and I do have an update for that I'll get into now in my report, finalizing the FEMA reimbursements, finalizing the solid waste and waste pro contracts as to what the next steps are, getting into the strategic plan and budgeting process that I explained during the interview process and individually with all of you. Some things that we have not discussed, but is very important to me, is the development of a capital improvement program. I don't believe we have any, and that is crucial. It's important for us because it's a guiding map. Tree canopy, addressing the tree canopy throughout the village, addressing the FAA situation, and then last but definitely not least, overall improvement of communication towards not only the commission, but the residents, to provide greater transparency of everything that's going on throughout the village. There's a lot, and I don't know that everything will be completed on that list, but the idea is to have enough momentum moving forward, and so that, if agreed upon as we go through, these are things that will lead us in the right direction so that we can continue to provide a high quality of life for our residents. Into the actual report that I wanted to address that I prepared for today, I wanted to give several updates as to what we are working on, even though it is only day one for me on the job. So there's a little bit of a hiccup with FEMA. We were led to believe that FEMA approved the reimbursement. They approved the appeal that we made to FEMA with regards to the contracts that we had in place. Initially, FEMA rejected those contracts. We appealed that, so they approved, saying, no, you're right, your contracts were in place. That allowed for the Florida Department of Emergency Management to continue its auditing for reimbursement. In the initial conversations that we had with Senator Pizzo, FEMA, and other members, and Roseanne can probably jump in if need be, but FEMA stated to us that we should have a finalized schedule with the first payments coming in November, and hopefully everything finalized with reimbursements in December. That never happened. And so now the Florida Department of Emergency Management is telling us, well, we have all the documentations from the appeal, but there's more documentation that we need. And so they just provided a list to us. We responded, then they provided additional lists. So we do have staff gathering that information that they've requested additionally, and we'll be providing that. My next step is to speak with Department of Emergency Management, which our village clerk this morning did speak with them and had a very positive conversation. But my next step would be requesting that Senator Pizzo, who's been in part of this process from the beginning, if need be, to step in. I don't think we're at that moment right now, because it looks like the department is going through their normal process, and we hope to have it wrapped up fairly quickly after this next wave of documents gets to them. But if I see that it's dragging, or it goes a little bit longer, and they're not responding to our questions after we submitted those requested documents, then I will ask the senator to kind of step in again to see exactly what's going on. So it appears FEMA gave us some misinformation, but I wanted to make sure that you were all up to date with that as to what's going on. The next item is CITT. I had the privilege today to speak in front of the county commission for an item that is being sponsored by Sally Heyman. The crux of the issue is essentially CITT provides funds for the municipalities, and that is split up on two buckets of money. One bucket is for 80% of what they give us, and that is for infrastructure and various items like that. The second bucket is 20%, the remaining 20%, and that has to be spent on transit or mass transit type of services throughout the village. The problem is we only have one bus route that runs through us, which is 6th Avenue. Can you hear me? It runs throughout the village, which is on 6th Avenue. We're not able to spend those 20% effectively year over year with the limitations that we have. Being a all residential community, there's many things that we're unable to do that larger communities are able to do. So the request to the county commission is that they provide us with more flexibility to allow for on-demand service, for example, to be used within our village and outside of the boundaries. Currently, the ordinance from the county says you can only use the services within your municipal boundaries. Well, there's no point of me using on-demand services within Biscayne Park because there's nowhere for our residents to go except for one park. And so the request would allow for them to go even across the street, just south of us here on Miami Shores, to get groceries, or to go to Publix, or to go to a pharmacy, to go to a doctor's appointment. It's allowing for that flexibility. I'm happy to announce that it was passed unanimously on first reading today. The next stop is going to a committee, which is on mid-January, which I will be there to speak on behalf of the village again. And then it would go to second reading after that. I don't have a date for the second reading, but at the second reading, the ordinance can be amended and we can use those funds on various other aspects as opposed to just either walk, path, or something very routine that we won't be having reoccurring. So that is a very big positive for us. I'm also meeting, trying to finalize a date next week with the executive director and his assistant director of CITT so that we can have at least with me as an incoming new village manager, a CITT 101 administration to make sure that we don't fall into the same issues that we've had in the past, and hopefully find a path to finalize the audit and move on. The next update is with regards to Waste Pro. I had the pleasure of meeting with their representative today. They emailed us, they will extend their contract through the end of January at no additional cost. However, that doesn't solve the problems for us. And so I had a very frank discussion with them. I am concerned with the level of service that they're providing when it comes to picking up specifically bulk and yard waste. There are things on both sides of this contract that probably have set the contract up to fail. For example, yard waste, we're only allowed 2 cubic yards of yard waste in front of a home for pickup. I don't know about you, but I can't point out exactly what 2 cubic yards really looks like. Caesar might be able to, yeah, but a general person doesn't. So one of the things that it becomes in the contract that becomes a problem is that they're required to pick all that up by hand. He doesn't have enough people to come and do that all in one day. And I acknowledge, I go, yeah, it's quite a bit. There could be one week where there's not a lot, and there could be the next week, it is everybody's got something. So in that sense, I've asked that he come and he makes sure he picks up everything that's out there. Caesar worked over the last several days, and I know even last week, to come up with a list through the track, I think it's called Track Easy, of all the ones that have missed pickup, whether it's bulk, yard, recycling, or trash. I've had some residents that have reached out to me directly. I made sure that they were on that list as well. And so they have committed to make sure as soon as they got the list, they were going to start organizing so that they can start clearing up and picking everything up. I anticipate that should be done by the end of the week. But we will hold their feet to the fire. I've also asked to make sure their intention, I asked them, what is your intention? Do you even want to be here? And adamantly, without missing a beat, they said, yes, we want to be in Biscayne Park. We want to provide you the service. We know that we can, but we want to do it in a format that is going to be successful for the village and for us. And so over the next 30 days, I will be preparing an evaluation and provide to the commission an update as to what my recommendation is. Former Commissioner Tudor has sent over the financials of taking a look of what it will look inside. I've taken a preliminary look at it. I need to go back and see how he did some math to make sure I fully understand, so I can then present you in-house option would cost us X over X amount of years. If we keep the level of service the exact same, it will be essentially X amount of dollars over X years. Here are some liabilities or some benefits. And if we go into a modern, what I call a modern approach, then these are the benefits, the cons, and what the dollars would look like over X amount of years. I also have some other ideas that I prefer to flesh out before I kind of just bring them out and right now. But I think that we could even position where we could get more consistent service and lower the cost. So I'm hoping to bring that evaluation and recommendation to you all in the January meeting. But we do have continual service, and they're willing to work with us. And I know that Caesar and I spoke today, and we'll be providing, if we get any regular emails from the, track. I'm just going to call it track. If we get any regular emails or anything from track, they're said, please forward that over to me, and I'll make sure we address it right away. So for me, it's also an opportunity to see exactly, you say you want to be here, now show me. Because I think Missouri has the right state model of they're the show me state. So I like to see that. So hopefully that will work. And I've had conversation again briefly today with Caesar with regards to initial tree canopy and some other aspects, which we'll be doing some field trips, I guess we can officially call them, where he'll be driving me around the village to identify not only storm drain and flooding issues, but also tree canopy and road concerns, so that we can start putting some of these plans together. I think for the first day, that is everything, but I'm happy to answer any further questions if you have. I think you're muted.
I think Commissioner Samaria mentioned that you might have an update on that house on 121st and 8th Avenue. Do you know anything about that house?
I apologize, yes. So we did have PD go by the home. They checked it out. It is secure. There is no one inside living on the premises. They were able to verify that. The next steps that we're going to do is PD, myself, and we're going to get with our building official to see if that was deemed unsafe structure or anything like that, and then be able to map out what those next steps are. There could be a lot of different avenues. Some will include legal, but we need to kind of map that out first. So I do know no one's living there. All the windows and doors are secure. The windows on the top, on the second floor, are open because of air circulation, which is a requirement. I believe county requires to have some kind of circulation in some areas. So we have that there, but we'll be able to provide a full detail once we're able to kind of get together and know what the next steps for the property will be. I know we needed to contact the property owner, or try to contact the property owner as well. So once I have that kind of information, I can kind of bring it back to the commission.
Thank you. If I'm correct, we had something already, either a previous attorney was filing papers against them, and could you find out about that? Because I think it was a couple of commissioners, I think that we were already taking stance on that. They were already going through a process. I can't remember what the process was, but I think previous attorney, I don't know, it was John Hearn or John Herring, that was working on that. So if we can find out about that.
Okay, I can definitely find out and report that back to everybody.
Art, if I may.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
First of all, Mario, thank you very much for that report. That was the most comprehensive report that we've received since I've become a commissioner. I think it's the only report we've received since I became a commissioner. So, but it was very nice to see you come in prepared to address some things for us, and it bodes well for how you're going to do as manager. And by the way, congratulations from me personally. We're very, very happy to have you in place. A couple of things that you talked about, I want to make a comment on. Some things that I'll call you and we'll discuss privately. But regarding WastePro, I'll just say one thing. You mentioned TrackEZ, the online tracking system where people can enter when they have a pickup issue. And you said that you guys will watch that, and so that's great news, because if residents feel that often that's just kind of a dead end, they go on there and they don't really hear much back. But here is one thing I might share with you. The average resident of Biscayne Park has no idea what TrackEZ is or where it is or what they're supposed to do. So it's on the website, and you guys will start monitoring it and hold WastePro's feet to the fire on those issues. That's fantastic, but it's a small fraction of the problems that are happening 3 days a week in this village. If you really want TrackEZ to be a way for you to really help people and to measure WastePro's ability to respond, I would suggest that you consider aggressively communicating about that one specific thing, and please, not any email blast, because our email list is as bad as poorly as TrackEZ is known to the community. The email list is just as bad, if not worse. So you have 500 names on there among 3,300 residents. It's not a way to get a message out. Next door is certainly better, but it's not comprehensive either. So I don't know if this is such a short-term thing that doing a mailing to every house would be advisable. I'll let you figure all that out, but I will let you know that people don't know what TrackEZ is, and they certainly, the small group that are in this room right now, or in this meeting right now, are the only ones who will know that you're specifically using it to try to help them and to measure WastePro's ability to get the job done. So I would hope that you get the message out about TrackEZ. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you for bringing that up. You jogged my memory on something, so I do apologize. One of the items with WastePro that they were going to get with me is they have a marketing person that they have on staff, I guess, or they subcontract. They're going to provide some type of flyer for educational purposes of the things that they pick up, they don't pick up, because I think it seems to me there wasn't enough of an educational process as to how to put things out or to have it prepared so that they can pick up. So part of that would be creating some type of flyer that we can get to everybody, whether it's a mailing or we do it in a way that it's a door hanger for everybody. We'll figure that out internally, but we'll make sure that it gets out to all of the residents. And you're absolutely right. The TrackEZ will be part of that communication so that everybody knows that they can send an email or they can do something there.
If you do a door hanger, which I think is a great idea, I'm sure a lot of us could help you provide an army of people to get that out quickly if speed is an issue. If you try to rely on your own staff to do it or WastePro, that might take a long time, but I bet I could help you round up a whole bunch of volunteers that can break this village into little chunks and get door hangers out for you. Too sweet.
Thank you.
Okay, in the past, I will tell you, there's been absolutely no response on TrackEZ. I've used them over and over and over again. There's been absolutely no response, and there's been absolutely nobody contacts you about it, and nothing gets done. And those that know about it have not been using it because it's been useless. I've been contacting Bruce at WastePro, trying to directly get to him. If I can't directly get to him, I get to Caesar. But the problems with WastePro aren't only recent. Mine went back to when Maria Camaro was here as our village clerk. I went 3 weeks without them picking up anything from my property. They would drive by my garbage can that had a sign in front of it that said, "Please empty me," and they would completely not touch it week after week after week, till I told them I wanted my money back. That got them out there. I wanted a refund. You're not picking it up? Give me my money back.
And I think that's our responsibility to make sure that we're holding them to the contract and enforcing those rules. And so part of the recommendation, some cities may have something that's called a payback. So in other words, there's stipulations on there on the contract where if a contractor is not meeting those, then they need to charge, or the village charges them a certain amount as whatever's described in the contract. Okay, well then we need to enforce that. So it needs to be enforced, yeah. But that's something that we'll start addressing and taking care of as it goes. And this is really, I'm brand new. I don't have the history. And so if you want to prove that, and you're telling me you want to be here, then prove it to me. Don't just tell me, prove it to me. And so they seemed eager to do that at today's meeting. And okay, we'll see.
I want to say that 4.5 years ago.
You're muted, sir.
Sorry.
My bad. My apologies. Just wanted to say when we got here 4.5 years ago, Track Easy actually worked. We used to send a notice, and actually a supervisor would come out to our house and deal with whatever the issue was. Somehow, after about three and a half years ago, that became sort of like coming here to the commission and asking a question. Nothing happened. So, you know, it's something that we need to address with them. But more importantly than going out and letting people know about Track EZ or whatever, I think it's critical that we have an updated email list for the entire village. Because right now we're getting bits and pieces of information out to small portions of the community via whether it's next door, whether it's the 500 wrong emails that we have. So I think that one of the critical things is getting an accurate email list from the entire village. I mean, literally going house to house and trying to get emails and updated emails so that we can actually communicate with at least the vast majority of the community, not just little bits and pieces and hope that the news travels, because it's just simply not working. Any other questions? We can move on to the attorney's report.
Vice Mayor, Commissioners, I'm going to leave the FAA thing until later on in the agenda, but I need to correct something that I said previously with respect to meeting times. That provision is actually in the Code of Ordinances at section 2-16, and it does provide that the commission can change the time by resolution if it chooses to do so. So if there's an appetite for that, my recommendation would be that on January 1st, you go ahead and meet on the first Tuesday at 7, and if you want to, we'll have a resolution prepared to change the time of the meetings going forward to 6 o'clock or whatever time you guys decide. I apologize for that wrong citation.
Well, I think Judy has an issue getting here, Commissioner Hamelberg getting here at 6. So if she can't get here, then I guess that watch 6:30. Well, I don't know.
Look, that was am I unmuted?
Yeah, you're unmuted.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm coughing like crazy. I have a cold, and that's why I'm not there tonight. I didn't want to give it all to you, so I keep muting myself. I don't want to cough in your ears. That was my suggestion. And look, if there's even one person for whom it's an inconvenience, then let's just disregard it. I'd rather keep the meetings at the top of the hour. It's a whole lot easier for everyone to remember 6 or 7. If Judy has an issue with 6, I'll just retract that idea, and we can start. We could do 7. And something changes, and Judy's work schedule changes or something. It's something we could entertain in the future. That would be fine.
Sure. All right. I think it's up. Ed, you're reporting.
Yeah, that was all I had, Vice Mayor.
All?
I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait till later to talk about the FAA.
All right. Perfect. Excellent. All right. So the next thing on the agenda is the consent agenda. No.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Sorry, I'm getting a no. I'm getting a loud no from the left.
Yeah, you wanted to move something up?
No, so thank you. If I may, through the Vice Mayor, following item 15, the next after the attorney and I's report is the board and committee reports, and then from there, each commissioner has the opportunity to give a report should they wish. If not, then you would move on to the next agenda, which is the consent.
Sorry, I missed the board and committee reports. Okay. So who do we
I
have
don't know if we have, Madam
for
Clerk,
committee?
are there any committee reports? No? Okay.
So back to the consent agenda.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Madam Vice Mayor.
I mean, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. I have a head cold tonight, so I apologize. I have a head cold. The commission comments, wouldn't that take care of possibly Vice Mayor's item?
You have an opportunity now to give any commissioner in this item would be allowed to comment on anything that they've worked over the last month, either with staff or outside of the village with the League of Cities, or anything they'd like to bring up. If you'd like to address any comments, I'm sure the Vice Mayor will give you an opportunity, but I don't know that it will satisfy what the Vice Mayor was requesting. I'll let him speak towards that at the item.
Yeah, I'd like to speak about it at the item time. That's all right. Thank you. All right. So now can we move to the consent agenda?
Well, actually, no, we're doing the board, the commissioner comments. I have one thing I'd like to say that I was holding for the end, but I think Mario's told us we have to do that now.
Okay.
If anyone else wants to go first, I just wanted to remind you that we have to do that.
I didn't see commissioner comments, but okay.
Commission reports. Item 15.
Commissioner reports.
Yep.
Okay, because it's committee reports, but okay.
Now, after that, it's 15D.
I don't have 15. Oh.
Isn't Doug.
Okay, go ahead.
Shall I go?
Yes, please.
Okay, it's really quick. It's just a reminder to the commission that we have, and to residents, but to the commission especially, that we have the holiday decorating awards that have been announced and nominations run through, I believe it's Sunday, December 20th. As with, this is something that the village has done in years past. It's been a couple of years since we've done it, I guess, and we're doing it again in a slightly different way. And I'm just encouraging everyone to get involved. These little community building things mean so much to people. People really enjoy being recognized. They enjoy the nomination process. And this year we have some residents who are serving as judges as well. So while we talk about the serious stuff like, getting our trash picked up and airplanes that are flying low over our houses, let's not forget that we have the luxury of living in this lovely little oasis in the heart of Miami, and bringing a community together is one of the things that we can do so well and so easily. So I encourage all the commissioners who have people out there that they encounter on a day-to-day basis to promote the awards and to really talk it up and get people involved. It makes me feel good as a commissioner when I engage with people and they've not been involved in something in the village before, and I bring them to the village and they start engaging in things like this and they enjoy it, and now we have more faces in the crowd, which is always a good thing. So I hope you would all help to go out there and talk up the awards and get people to engage in them as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Samaria, do you have anything?
No, no comment.
No comment? Commissioner Hammelberg, nothing? Okay. I have nothing either, so let's move on. I'm afraid to say it. Consent agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the new changes that the clerk sent out to all the city managers.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm not hearing Dan.
I'm not either.
Okay, I'd like to approve the consent agenda with the new update changes that the village clerk made, that he sent to all the commissioners.
Mm-hmm.
I'll second that.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay, fantastic. Scratch that off the list.
No?
Nobody opposed.
Okay.
No opposed.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going on to
10A.
10A.
10A. Perfect.
Have the city manager read it.
Yes, that'd be great.
It needs to be read into the record first. Ed, I believe this is a public hearing.
The attorney is going to read the title of the ordinance. And remember, we have for each ordinance, we have to open for public comments, please.
Perfect.
Ordinance 2020-06, an ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending Section 2-30, General Rules and Policies of Article 3, Commissions, Boards, and Committees of the Code of Ordinances of the Village of Biscayne Park, providing that alternate members of boards or committees shall have the same powers as regular members in the event of an absence or conflict of interest involving a regular member of the board or committee, which makes them unable to participate in a meeting, providing for inclusion in the code and Scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Vice Mayor, you need to open the public comments for the ordinance.
Hey, let's open the public comment then.
Yes. Let me see. I have Bobby Anderson.
Yes.
You're muted, sir.
Thank you. Bob Anderson, 119th Street, 11th Place. This is something that it was taken for granted that the alternates could go ahead and vote in part of a meeting when a regular person wasn't there for these different boards. I'm glad to see that it's been caught that it was not actually in the ordinance, and I'm glad to see it legalized completely. So what we're doing in the past, we were doing, but now it will be in writing. Thank you for catching that, and I hope it gets passed.
Okay. Trying to see somebody else. I don't see anybody wants to speak, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so let's close public comment.
There's commission comment.
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2020-6 board members alternates first reading.
A second.
You second?
We need a roll call on this case.
Oh, hold on. We're still going to make comments on this, correct?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner Kennedy.
Well, I'll defer to someone else. I just wanted to make sure because I heard Roseanne say we need to do a roll call, and that would close this item out. But I do have some.
Clarify. Sorry.
Roseanne, a resident is texting me. Alex Bernhard is saying he's trying to comment and he can't get noticed at the meeting. So I know you closed public comment, but someone is texting me that he wants to speak on this.
Let's allow him, please.
I need to see him. He needs to open his camera so I can see, or raise the hand.
I don't see him.
I don't see either.
I don't see him either. Hold on one second. I'll tell him what's going on here.
So, Commissioner.
Oh, I see him.
It says I'm sorry. It says Monica and Alexander.
Yeah, I see him now.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir. You are muted.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to comment that, being an alternate on the P&Z board, it's good to see that this is hopefully going to be codified, because it's obviously critical for that position to actually have the possibility to be able to participate with the full ability as anybody else can on the board.
Thank you. All right, we'll close public comment again. Unless, Commissioner Kennedy, you said you had some comments?
Yeah, and Art, I'll defer if someone else wants to go first. I was just making sure we didn't miss our opportunity to speak. If someone else wants to go ahead. I have a couple of things I want to ask.
I'm personally good with this as it's written, so I don't have any comments. Commissioner Hammelberg? Commissioner Samaria?
No comment.
Okay, then I'll go. You're hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, a couple of comments and questions, and I'll make them really quick. And a lot of these are to you, Ed, so you may want to unmute yourself, because I'm just going to ask for some clarification on some language here. Does this, the way it's written now, allow an alternate to allow the board to make quorum for a meeting? Or is any kind of separate language needed there that the alternate who has not been identified yet at the meeting and recognized and pulled up to being a regular member could then qualify and allow the meeting to meet quorum.
Yes.
Yes, good. Okay, does this allow them to serve even if they're not needed to make quorum? So in other words, if, how do I say this?
I know what you're asking. If someone is absent, but you still have a quorum, yes. That wasn't the intention of this. It was to make sure that there were sufficient people to vote at a meeting. So
you're saying this is specific to making quorum?
Yeah, well, yeah, and voting, obviously.
So you're saying that if there are 3 people at a P&Z meeting and they meet quorum and they'll meet and the alternate is there, the alternate will not serve because they make quorum.
Yeah, that was not the intention that we.
Right. What was not the intention?
It's only in the event of absence, and it was intended for a quorum though. Or a conflict of interest. Somebody may have a conflict, maybe they may be applying for a permit or something.
Right. Okay, so I'm not sure I'm clear on your answer. So if quorum is, if they're not needed to make quorum, will they serve at the meeting? If 3 people are there, quorum is made, the meeting's called to order, will they be able to serve at the meeting?
We haven't written it that way, but if that's the will of the commission, we can change it between now and second reading.
Well, then let me make a comment to that, because that was, I'm the one who's been trying to, I've been dealing with that, trying to get this to happen, because Ed and I had a bunch of conversations about how it wasn't codified properly. But my intent of this was never to only serve the purpose of meeting quorum. It was also to have as many members present as possible. So if 3 people are there and they make quorum, and there's an alternate there that would fill the 4th and or 5th seat, I for one think they should still serve. Look, they're members of the board. We appointed them there because of some kind of expertise they have in an area that we thought would be valuable to serving on that board. The more opinions, up to the 5 in the room, are good. And also remember that we need to be encouraging resident participation in things. And if they're not able to serve and they're just sitting there, they're going to lose interest and we'll start losing people. So it's a good breeding ground for people that are getting involved in the village, learning more about that particular board. And when they're active and engaged and you use them, you're nurturing their growth in that position and you'll encourage them to stay. And when someone leaves the board, then you'll have someone there to fill in. So if someone resigns from a board, Art ran for commission and he resigned from P&Z. He had to resign from P&Z. And if there's an alternate there, they would step right into the role and we wouldn't be short. So my interest was not just to help a board make quorum. It was to have as many people as we allow, which is 5 plus alternate, or alternates plural, I suppose, to be involved in a board, because we need to get more people involved. So I think that I would prefer it be written that the alternate serves regardless of whether they make quorum or not. And I have a couple of other things, but since that's been clarified to us, now I'd like to hear everybody else's opinion on that.
Okay. I don't see the point of having an alternate instead of having just 6 people on the board. So what's the point of an alternate if it's not for them to be there to assist with quorum? And then why is there an alternate? Why are there just not 6 members?
I agree.
I think our charter provides for 5 members, and so that's how it's written, and we're providing for alternates.
Well, then it's not an alternate if they're going to be a regular voting member.
I agree.
But they're only a regular voting member when they're called up from the alternate position to serve at the meeting.
But then they'd be a regular voting member.
At that point, sure. That's the whole point, is that they're there and they step up.
Mr. Samara?
I can't support that. The alternate's supposed to be where if the person's not able to attend the meeting, that's the way it was set up originally, and I think that's the way. If you're gonna say that the alternate can be there for if there's 3 members, then you might as well make them a board member. because everybody knows when they become an alternate that they're there in case we do not have quorum. I can't support it otherwise.
That's how we've done it, you guys realize. I mean, I've been in board meetings where there are alternates there who, the quorum was made by the members, and, you know, we weren't doing alternates, right? And the whole point of this conversation is that we're going to start, you know, we're going to codify it and tighten this up. But I've sat at meetings where that's exactly what we were using the alternates for. As a matter of fact, I've sat at meetings where the full board was there and the alternate was there, making 6 members. And this is another point I wanted to clarify. I have personally been in meetings where 5 members are there and the alternate, and they allow the alternate to interject opinion. The alternate just can't vote on that matter. So that's how we have been doing it. We have been allowing people to serve, to step in, even when they aren't needed to make quorum, which is why when I read this, I thought, oh, geez, I'm not sure that's worded the way we've been doing it. If our intent is to do what we've always been doing, then that needs to be changed.
Okay, according to, sorry, Vice Mayor, but just what you said, Commissioner Kennedy, it's not, they are allowed to participate. We're not questioning whether or not they participate. They cannot vote. That's what an alternate is, only allowed to vote if there's the quorum. That they're allowed to, I don't have a problem with them participating, but they can't vote.
Well, then what are they doing?
So, if I may.
Go ahead.
I can't hear you, Art.
You're muted, sir.
There you are. Oh, that
Sorry.
was Mario.
So I was on the P&Z board, as you know, for several months, and we had absences quite often. I don't believe we even had someone there as an alternate. I never saw one.
You didn't have one.
We didn't
have one.
So I think one of the issues that we find ourselves in this little village of ours is getting people that even want to be part of these boards. And if we don't encourage them by having them actively participate, then I think that we're going to find ourselves in the same situation where we were, where we didn't have an alternate, and we had people not show up for meetings from time to time, and that became a problem. So I think we need to attract more people to our boards, and I think that one of the ways to keep them motivated and keep them interested is to allow them to participate. And I personally don't see a problem with the quorum, no quorum. I think that if there's if our charter says that there's to be 5 people in a even if there's quorum and one is missing and we have an alternate board member, I think that they should participate, and I think that they should be allowed to vote. That's how I feel.
Well, I think everyone's spoken on that. May I make a motion? And then on this one specific little item, Art, and then I'll move on to my next point in the interest of moving along.
Sure, sir,
yes, please.
I'm sorry, you have a motion and a second already on the floor. So, Mr.
Right.
Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe you can make a friendly amendment, and if the person who is, if the motion maker can accept the friendly amendment, then that would be taken on. If not, then Mr. Attorney, I could use your guidance here. If the amendment is not considered, then a roll call is done, and then if it dies, then you can make your motion. Mr. Attorney, am I correct?
My recommendation is that we wait until all of the issues are on the table so that there's one motion to amend rather than separate motions on.
Okay, then let me continue. Okay, so now I'll continue. Okay, and then this next point is something I just brought up in the last conversation, and that is that I have personally observed this is what we did at boards. If the full board was there and the alternate was not called up to serve at that meeting, but they attended the meeting, they sat at the dais. I sat there. They sat at the dais at the other end, and they were able to make comment about things, but not vote. So this is not written to allow that, is it, Ed?
No, but these are public meetings and anybody can speak on any of the issues that are there. I don't think it's necessary to have to put that in. I don't care where
at a public meeting,
it's up to you guys where they sit. I don't know that we need to codify where they're sitting in a meeting, but
Well, I didn't mean to include where they're sitting, but if I'm correct, at a public meeting, there's public comment on the agenda. The board meetings have agendas just like we do. Public comment, once public comment's closed, then when the items start coming through the board, at that point, the alternate could not make comment if you say do it during public comment because comment's been closed, unless the chair opened it up every time, in which case then he or she would have to allow everybody in the room to comment.
whatever the will of the commission is.
Okay, but am I correct that this, right, as it's written now, does not allow people to, an alternate who is not needed to be called up to vote, to even participate? Okay, that's what I needed to know.
It does
Because
not
again,
address that. It does not address that.
Okay, very good. Because again, I'm going to mirror some of what Art said, that we need to encourage people to participate. And these are people who we put on there for a reason. They must know something that we find valuable, and who knows what they're going to contribute. Another question is, I don't see a number in here about how many alternates we're allowed to have. And in the past, I know the boards have had 2 alternates. So do we need to come up with a limit and put that in here, Ed, or is that something we can just be casual about?
I'm going to have to check.
I thought that was in our
code
charter.
or the charter on that. I thought it said
There's 2.
two alternates, but I need to check that before I say.
So it may be that 2 is allowed. I'm going to
Yes,
do 2 with the question mark. Okay.
I believe so.
Okay. I looked and I didn't see anything, but I was probably looking in the wrong place. Okay, it says, and this is going to go back to if the quorum is met and someone is, if we allow them to be called up, the language says the chair has the right and authority to call up the alternate. Which is what made me think maybe it wasn't written for, or was not written for quorum, getting myself twisted up. So why is it simply not required? I mean, if there's an alternate there, if we decide that an alternate can serve even when quorum is met, if there's an alternate there, I don't know why the chair would have the right and authority. I would think that it would be an automatic thing that would just happen. It would be a requirement, in other words.
I don't understand the question. The fact is, it says the same powers as regular members in the event of an absence or conflict. I'm not sure what the issue is.
Well, a few minutes ago, I asked you, is this written specifically to make quorum?
Yep.
And will they be allowed to serve if quorum was met? And the answer was no. So in other words, if there are 3 people there and they're the 4th person, the way it's written now, you told us it does not allow them to be called up to serve. They're only called to serve if they're needed to make quorum, correct?
Right.
Right. But the language in there says, if we do decide to change that, the language says the chair has the right to call up the alternate. So I would just think it would be required, if we're going to say alternate serve when there's an opening on the board that evening, that they should just be called up. It should be an automatic thing.
I understand the issue. We can.
Okay. Yeah.
If that's the will of the commission, we can certainly change that.
Go ahead.
Hold on. It does say that they can serve. It just says that they can't vote. They can serve on it. There's 3 people. They can serve on the board and they can participate. They just cannot vote.
Well, that's the whole point, is that we want them to serve, and serve means speak, share opinion, and vote. That's what they're there for.
We have a motion already, Madam. Sorry, Ms. Vice Mayor.
Dan, I'm asking some questions
So,
here.
hold on
This is my
one second.
opportunity to ask questions.
So reading this ordinance, Ed, I'm sorry, I just reread it. It doesn't state anything about quorum in the ordinance that as it's written, right? Basically, what it's saying is it's providing that alternate members or boards or committees shall have the same powers as regular members in the event of an absence or conflict of interest involving a regular member or board committee.
Right.
So I don't see the quorum part. Where's the quorum part? To me, it's what we're talking about right now.
Well, then we certainly need to clarify.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I asked the question.
We drafted
specifically about that.
Go ahead.
We drafted it, only for purposes of quorum, but I'm hearing that that's not exactly the way y'all want to do it. So.
Well, that's not how I read it, and that's when I read this, right, that's not how I read it. I read, like I just read it. So I didn't see anything about quorum. I just saw us giving them the same authority, same if there's an absence or if there's a conflict of interest, and which is what we're talking about now. And now the quorum thing came up. I don't know why it even came up, but okay, it's up. Yes, Commissioner
Vice Mayor.
Samir.
Yeah, okay. I think I might have outspoken and I haven't gotten it correct. If there's 3 votes, if there's 3 people there and the alternate would be heard, they would be allowed to vote. That is correct, right?
That wasn't the way we drafted this.
Okay, but the way we had the boards, because when I was the chairperson of the Recreation Board, if the alternate was allowed to participate and vote, if there was 3 people or 4 people, and we have a 5-member. Maybe that's, I think, needs to be clarified. And I think that's what Commissioner Kennedy is saying.
I
exactly
agree.
what I'm
That's
saying.
what Commissioner Kennedy is saying, and I
You're
also
absolutely right,
agree
Commissioner.
that it needs
Yes.
to be clarified.
Commissioner Kennedy.
That's why I asked. I want to make
Okay.
sure it says what we all wanted to say.
No, that's the way it's always been.
Yeah.
Okay. So, anything else, Commissioner Goodwin?
So, I like to.
Hold on. I think he has one more point. You have another point, Commissioner Goodwin?
Well, there's a section in here that says there's a staff liaison assigned to each board. I didn't know that. Did we really do that?
We didn't change that part.
I'm sorry?
We didn't change that part. We only changed the part about alternate members.
It's there. Doesn't mean we do it.
Doesn't mean we do it.
I don't
Okay, 'cause
know
I
what
read
it
that.
is.
I'm like, I don't know what this is. Okay.
Okay. Commissioner
Okay,
Samir?
so
Yeah, what I like to, if Commissioner Kennedy's finished, I like to, I don't know if I can do it, remove my motion and readjust it.
Don't look at me.
No, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Mr. Attorney, can I change my motion to update exactly that we make a motion to, the changes of having it where the alternate can vote? If there's like only 3 members, he can't vote if there's 4, 5 members.
Right. Okay. I understand. So what the motion is to approve this for first reading with the amendment that it clarify that alternates get to vote if there's less than the full contingent of the committee.
Yes, sir. That's my motion. Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, for clarifying that.
whether or not they're required for quorum.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
And that if they are not called up and they're serving as an alternate, they can participate in the discussion but not vote.
Okay.
Did you have a second?
And then well, we also were going to address the Ed, you were going to check in the charter about the number of alternates, so you'll check on that. Yeah. Okay.
There are only 2.
There's 2.
Okay. There are 2. It allows for 2. Okay.
I'm sorry. I
Okay,
believe
so
it's
yes,
5 and 2
those are
for each one.
Yeah, 2 for
5
each.
and 2. Okay, that's what I thought too. Okay, so yes, those are the changes I wanted to propose. Thank you.
So we have a second, right?
Yes, you seconded.
Commissioner Hammerberg, you still maintain the second? Yes. Okay.
So
Roll call?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes, and thank you for making that change, Dan.
Okay, thank you. No, thank you for bringing it up.
Excellent. So we're off to 10B. Construction sites.
Ordinance 2020-07, an ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, adopting a new chapter XX of the Biscayne Park Land Development Code entitled, quote, construction, unquote, relating to limitations on construction and construction-related activities, providing for definitions, providing for responsibilities for security and maintenance, providing for permitted delays and hours of work, providing for fencing requirements, providing for construction dumpster requirements, providing for requirements during weather emergencies, providing for temporary toilet requirements, providing for limitations on parking of construction vehicles, providing for bond requirements, providing for enforcement and penalties, deleting sections 10.4.8 and 10.4.10 of the Biscayne Park Land Development Code, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Thank you. Ed, any comments?
By the public. Mr. Vice
By
Mayor,
the
if I may,
public? Yes.
I can hold until after public comment.
Okay. So public comment, open it for public comment, please, Rosa. Thank you.
I'm looking for.
Where's my public?
Okay. Bobby Anderson, you are muted, sir.
Bob Anderson, I'm here again. The only thing that I want to be, hopefully it's clear in there, is on the requirements of putting a temporary fence around a construction area. When do you require to have the fence and when you don't have the requirement? An example, if you're putting in the driveway, that's construction, outdoor construction. Would you have to have a security fence when you're putting the driveway in? I'm just giving an example. It's probably in there and I probably missed it. It may be up to the chief building inspector to decide when you need to have a security fence and don't have this security fence, but I just want to make sure it's covered in there. Thank you.
I'm looking for somebody else. I don't see.
No one else?
I don't see anybody else. I was looking for Gage. Maybe he wants to come back and talk about it, but no, I don't see anybody else.
Is Gage still on?
No, I was looking for him if he wants to talk about it.
Oh, he said he was going to be on. Okay. All right, so we'll close public comment then. Okay. Commissioner,
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may, prior to the commission, just to let you know, I did speak with both our attorney, our code enforcement, and our building clerk with regards to the ordinance. I wanted to get a full grasp. Essentially what this allows the village opportunity to enforce certain regulations when it comes to construction sites, which currently do not exist to this type of extent. And so what this would allow is, for example, creating more of the standard and routine of how this will proceed. To answer Mr. Anderson's question directly, because I think it was also brought up individually to me, with regards to what a construction site includes, I just wanted to point out, it includes any type of site, new construction, remodeling, or additional construction that takes place and is visible from the right-of-way. So if you're remodeling a bathroom, you don't need a construction. But if you have an entire remodeling of your property, then it would require. And then it goes into explanation where it's not considered, the fence wouldn't be, or a construction site is not considered for the purpose of the chapters with regard to driveways, windows, roofs, doors, or painting of the structure, or any such work deemed by the village building official to be such of minor nature as to not fall within the purview of the chapter. So it still allows for plenty of leeway so that our building department can determine whether this is going to be significant work or not. And if it's not going to be a significant work and it's something minor, then it allows for the resident to be able to obtain the permits and not have to put up this additional fence. However, it does protect, especially the way I look at this, it allows for the village to enforce these rules, because especially if you're living next to a property that's under a heavy remodel, you want to be able to know that you're going to have a break from construction and from the noise and things that are going on. And some of the provisions in here kind of start setting the tone and the rules. What I do like is that this was put together and then it was taken over to planning and zoning because it addresses the land development code within here. So they provided several recommendations, which throughout your backup, you'll see is underlined. And those are the changes between what staff had recommended and what they wanted to include. And so I think this is a great opportunity of how we're moving forward with that. You have the appropriate board that has reviewed this, but it is first reading, just like what we've just changed on the alternate. There can still be changes before it comes to you at second reading. You're muted.
All the questions that I had, I think you just answered, but I just want to make sure that we did consult with our building official, right? We did consult with our code compliance board, correct?
No.
Not the code compliance board or code officers who would be doing
Okay,
the
code officers, okay. P&Z board, obviously, because I saw Gage was on here earlier. So we have spoken and they've all contributed to this ordinance, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure of that. Commissioner Samaria, you had a comment?
Before we get on to making a motion, I had the opportunity.
You're muted, I think.
I can't hear that.
Muted. I had the opportunity, and I would like the city manager, because he mentioned something, and with our discussion, I spoke to him tonight, and he informed me how this ordinance is done. He basically has like an 8-step program, and you can talk more about it. Basically is the staff drafts up the ordinance, then it goes to planning and zoning, then they make changes, and then it's first reading. Those 4 first steps have already been done. Then the changes will be made now, and then it would go back to code if this commission would want it, and I would want it to go back to code. Then there will be changes, and then there will be second reading. Could you explain more of that, what we talked about tonight?
Sure. At your request, normally once we go through first reading or in any of these stages, there's an opportunity to change and amend, which is what you see now between the original version and what was adopted at planning and zoning. And so you have that. It's normally called a red line, but in this case, it's just underlined. Should the will of the commission is to send this over to the code enforcement board, I don't see an issue with that. I believe they're meeting, Madam Clerk, on December 10th, I think is their next meeting. And so that should provide for an opportunity for them to review, make their comments or suggestions that we can then take back and see if there's any conflict. I can work with legal on that and then bring that back for second reading in January. So it shouldn't delay. If it would delay past December, then the second reading would essentially come in February. I don't think we need to get there. So there is an opportunity, if you wish, for the code enforcement board to take a look at it. It's adding an additional step that doesn't normally exist, but if that's what the commission is comfortable with, I'm comfortable with that as well. It gives us an additional opportunity, but ultimately these codes, I believe, should be drafted by staff to give a unbiased view of any changes. And once it's in the books, it's my direction to staff, and the way that I anticipate and I expect them to work is it will be enforced unbiasedly. So whether that is a sitting commissioner, an employee, a police officer, a firefighter, a teacher, or just Joe Smith down the street, everybody gets it the same way. And so ultimately you all have that responsibility in first and second readings. That's why you have the 2 readings. It's an opportunity to listen to public comment and be able to address any of those concerns. So if that's the will of the commission, I don't have a problem taking that to the code for review. But I do recommend you still approve the first reading today.
Trying not to cough in people's ears. I do like the 8-step. I would strongly suggest that any future ordinances should always go to the village manager. And I think that he has staff that can do it. I do like the 8-step program. I mean, 8-step that you have set up, that it can go back to code and so on, if the rest of the commissioners agree with it.
Vice Mayor, can I get clarification from what Commissioner Samaria just said? The reason this went to to planning is because it's required by the code. Whenever you're changing the land development code, it has to go through the planning board. You call it planning and zoning board. There's no requirement in the code that it go to the code enforcement board, but you certainly can send it to them and ask them for their input anytime you want to. It's just not required at this point in time.
No, I understand that, but
Okay.
I would prefer that it go back to code.
Okay, and the issue that I have, and I've already talked to Mario about it, he said they can amend it. The code compliance board is the one who has to cite people if these things aren't met. So we would want their input.
Just a clarification, Vice Mayor, if I may. The responsibility of the enforcement and citing lies within staff, not the board. So from my understanding, the board does not walk around and cite people, but they review the citations given by staff. So I just want to make sure that there's a clear distinction as to
correct
the role of the board. Okay.
Correct.
Again, do you have any comments? Sure you do.
Then we need a motion.
I haven't spoken. I have a lot to say
Are
about
you
this.
taking comments? Are you taking comments on what Dan just brought up, the sending it back through code compliance, or comments in general?
No, comments in general.
Okay, I'd like to make a comment about the notion of sending it over to code compliance, and I just want to say that I would support that as well, particularly if it's not going to slow the process down there. Those folks would provide some input on things. It's just a different perspective. We have the before perspective. Why not get the after perspective at the, if it's not, especially if it's not going to, even if it were going to slow us down on this one, I think I would like to hear that, but it sounds like Ed's pretty confident it won't slow us down. So I think I hope we can agree to do that.
Any other comments, Commissioner?
Yeah, I have a list here, Art, and I have been a big advocate for this thing right from the very start. And if you wouldn't mind allowing me to go first on this, I'd like to get some of my questions answered.
Well, I think you're third, but okay.
Okay. I'm sorry?
I think you're third, but okay.
Okay. Okay, so first of all, I want to say, Ed, I hear that Valerie did a fantastic job at P&Z, and I just want to thank the attorney and P&Z. They did a really fantastic job. They really, really did. I was so pleased at the way this thing looked on our first reading. I was really quite impressed. A couple of things, some general comments, and then I want to go through and ask about some specific things in there. Our signs are not addressed anywhere in here. Ed, is that, and it's something that the commission, the previous commission had discussed. Is that because signs are covered well enough elsewhere in the code that does not need to be included here? The issue is that we have construction sites that are just covered with signs. 2 realtor signs, contractor signs, all kinds of signs all over the place, like sign pollution on those fences. And that was something that we had discussed. That was not covered. Is it covered well enough elsewhere?
Gentlemen, my apologies, but I was told that we have to make a motion before we can actually discuss this.
I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance regarding construction sites.
All right. Okay, now we can discuss. Go ahead.
Sorry about that.
I'm gonna have to defer to Valerie on that. Valerie, are you still around?
Yeah, I'm still around.
What about signs?
Yeah, I don't recall that coming up in the commission meetings that I had seen. I went back and I looked at the videos. But if, again, that is the will of the commission, then we can address that between now and second reading.
Okay, I was certain. I have it on my list, and I had the longest list at that meeting, and I had it on my list, and I am very certain that I remember discussing it, but maybe I didn't, so I apologize for that. But we do have an issue with construction sites with signs all over the place. And I don't know how you would limit that or exactly what you could say, but I would like to see there's some limitations on the signs that are up. The other thing is there's no language in here about other codes being followed during the construction, like cutting grass and all the general stuff that has to take place. And we have problems at construction sites that are just not maintained well as properties generally during they kind of forget it's a property here in the village while the construction is going on. I didn't see that addressed in here somewhere. Or is that part of the code and that's a whole separate thing that doesn't need to be repeated here?
Correct. That's part of the code. It doesn't need to be repeated here. So if they have overgrown
So we don't
grass,
repeat it.
if you
Okay.
have a code provision for that, they could be cited for it just under that provision.
Okay. So it doesn't need to be part of this. Excellent.
No, sir.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. Now I'm going to pull the PDF up here because I've worked off my PDF on this and I have notes all over it. So let me ask you a couple of things and I'll go fast. Valerie, should I direct these to you since you kind of headed this? Okay. So Valerie, on the section XX.1, and I know you'll fill in numbers later, the definitions where it says construction site, I see that something was taken out of there and I wonder if maybe it should be put back in. It says construction sites include all sites where new construction, remodeling, or additions take place and are visible from the right-of-way. This would include exclusively interior work. I mean, it could include exclusively interior work, couldn't it?
No, because it would have to be visible from the right of way. So if it's in the interior of your home, then it would not be visible.
But even though people are coming and going and bringing stuff in and all of that, so it's okay that was, because I see it was in there and it made sense to me that it was in there. So you're saying that the not visible part takes care of that?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Let me move on here quickly as I can. Okay, XX 3.5. This is all, I have a couple of questions regarding swimming pools. This was a very big concern of mine at the time we started talking about this. It says all existing swimming pools located within a construction site shall be separately fenced with a safety barrier of 4 feet in height, secured by a lock or a latch. Now, some of these are ground up construction and some are major renovations and people are actually living in the house and they have a pool there and they're living in the house. One of the ways that you can meet state code for safety is to have one of those baby fences around your pool. Would they meet this requirement? I don't want to create such a burden to a homeowner living in their house that even though they may have a construction fence around the property, that they also have to have another fence there. Would those baby fences meet this part of our code?
Only if it is at a minimum of 4 feet. Currently, how it's drafted, it has to be a minimum of 4 feet.
Does anyone know, would you have, I hate to put you on the spot like this, would you happen to know what the state code is in that regard? We don't have one on our pool. We did the alarm option instead, but I know a lot of people have those. Does the state require them to be 4 feet tall?
I don't know offhand. This was a recommendation that came from the building official. He felt that this was something that was necessary, so he was the one that proposed the 4 feet minimum. So generally, there is a state statute providing for fences around pools, but there's also exceptions if you're grandfathered in, for example. So he wanted it so that if there's a construction site, kind of irrespective of what you have or whether you're grandfathered, you have to have a 4 foot barrier fence.
I'm sorry, Valerie, you're coming in and out and sometimes it's not audible.
Okay, sorry.
Can you move the mic maybe closer?
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna leave a note.
Did everybody hear me?
I hear you fine. No.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna leave a note on that, and I'm gonna actually look that up, and I'll look at it a second reading as well. I have to think it probably meets it, or someone who's listening right now will tell me it does. Okay, 3.6. It says if the premises within the construction site is unoccupied, so there's a building and it's unoccupied, the swimming pool must be drained and free of standing water until such time, blah, blah, blah. Okay, 2 things about this. We have sites where there's no premises at all. The building is torn down. There's a couple right now I can point to. There's no premises at all, and they're building a house, but there is a pool there because there was a pool with the original house. They tore the house down, left the pool. Maybe they're going to renovate the pool, maybe they're not. I think maybe this should say whether there's a premises there or not, you know, the swimming pool has to be da, 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 da. Because this very clearly says if the premises is unoccupied, then you have to do certain things with your pool. I don't care if the premises is occupied. If there's not a premises there, then this kind of wouldn't even apply.
I understand.
See what I'm saying?
Premises or property.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. That would probably do it. Okay. The other one here is much bigger, and that is the fact that it says that the pool has to be drained and free of standing water until such time as the CO has been issued. and the project is done. Well, that leaves an empty pool in a yard. And I know there's a construction fence around it, but an empty pool is still dangerous. As a matter of, it might be considered more dangerous, I don't know. But someone or an animal or a person falling into an empty drained pool is a hazard as well. I know in some communities, they require that that pools during construction be drained and covered with wood, covered with like a platform. I've seen it. Well, I've seen cities come in and do it themselves because houses are abandoned. I would rather see us take that extra step, and this is purely a safety issue. It's also a mosquito issue, but it's purely a safety issue. I would like to see a pool emptied, drained, and covered with those wooden platforms that is nailed down, and the pool is completely, you can't get to it. Does anybody have an opinion on that? Do you want me, Art, do you want me to sort of say my things and then ask you guys and discuss them one by one, or let me run through them all?
Well, yeah, I think that you should ask, and then each one, and then if there's a comment from a specific commissioner, that they can comment on it.
Okay. Okay. So
right,
I'll go back to
the wood on the pool, right?
Yeah, wood covering the pool, because they build a platform over it and secure it.
Okay.
To completely close the pool off.
Commissioner Hammelberg, do you have any comment on that?
I think that's a big expense for some of these people. Yeah.
I can't hear you, Judy.
You can't just put a piece of plywood over a pool. You've got to build a support structure and the whole deal. And
yeah, contractors do it.
I don't know. I think if the P&Z thought it was sufficient that it be fenced, that should be sufficient.
Well, I wasn't there to hear their discussion on this, so I don't know what else they discussed.
Yeah, there was a discussion about.
I'm sorry, Valerie, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. It's okay. There was a discussion about covers, and there was no consensus on that.
Yeah. Okay. Did anyone think it was worthwhile?
I can't recall now.
Okay.
Specifically,
fair enough.
Who supported it, who did not.
Commissioner Samaria?
I agree. I just think that the P&Z would have mentioned that they thought it was important enough. I'm just concerned about you putting the board off. It has to really be either nailed in, because somebody could still fall through it if the wood gets rotten. So I think if the P&Z didn't think it was important enough to put in there, then we don't need to have it.
I can't hear you, Art.
I think that I agree. I think that as long as the property is properly fenced and that the pool is drained, because one of the issues here, as I think everybody knows, is we have a serious mosquito problem, and we have some abandoned pools. We have pools with standing water, and that's also a health issue. But I think that as long as it's properly fenced, then it should be fine. I mean,
okay, so that one's not going to fly.
If it's drained, I mean, the worst that could happen, they're going to fall in and maybe break a leg, but certainly not drown, hopefully.
And recall, there's going to be two barriers. There's going to be the construction fence. In addition to that, there will be a pool fence. So there's two barriers.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Okay. Art, going back to the last thing that I brought up, that would be the premise, or 3.6. And Valerie suggested, if you go along with what I'm proposing, that we say premise or property is unoccupied. That covers a house not being on the site, but the pool will still have to be secured.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Commissioner Samaria?
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Okay, so that one will end? Okay.
Yep.
Well, I saw you nodding your head there, Judy. Okay, 4.1, the work hours. I have a bit of an issue with this. I'm thinking 8 o'clock in the 7 to 6 time, Monday through Friday. Man, 7 o'clock is really early. if you're someone who doesn't have to get up early. Now, I'm up well before that, and I hear construction starting often in the distance. Is that a standard time, 7 to 6? So, because construction is loud when it starts, and the equipment starts rolling in, and the backhoes fire up. Is 7 a.m., is that a standard start time in a residential community?
Yes. I've seen it in other communities, but ultimately it's the decision of the commission.
Yeah.
And I think
I'd be
that's
more
what it's
comfortable
been.
with 8 to 6. It's been,
Commissioner, I'm sorry. Commissioner Kennedy, I tend to agree with you. I think maybe how would you feel about 8 o'clock, 8 to 6?
yeah, I'm more comfortable with 8 to 6.
8 to 6, I think is.
And then on Saturdays, I have to say, guys, I'm not a fan of the Saturday construction. You know, again, weekends are, you know, a quiet time for so many people, and having people working at 8 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, people sleep in, people with their kids, it's family day. You know, I've not lived next to a construction site, but Lord knows I've talked to plenty of people in this village who have and who currently do. And it's their quality of life is so impaired. And some of these construction sites, remember, they don't go on for weeks or months. Some of them go on for well over a year, 2 years. And it makes their lives almost, you know, unlivable when you're living next to one of these things. I personally would like to see Monday through Friday, 8 to 6, and no work on Saturday unless they go to, I think there's language in here about permitted, getting a permit to work during prohibited hours, where they can go to the village and say, you know, we want to do work here. And they basically get a variance from it says from the building official or manager, whoever it is. So they could go say, and the manager or building official might at that point say, look, they're doing interior work, so it's not going to be backhoes and bulldozers and demolition going on. But interior, quieter interior work is one thing on a Saturday. Full out demolition and construction at 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning, I think it's a bit much.
Well, they did a lot of work on my roof on a Saturday, and thank God they did, because I had a major problem. If they couldn't have done it on a Friday and Saturday between rainstorms, I would have been in deep shit.
Yeah.
We're allowed to say shit. Oh, also, I'm so glad to know that we're allowed to say shit at the commission meeting. I have been biting my tongue for 10 months. Thank you, Judy. You're my hero.
Vice, yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Samari.
Dan, drop an F-bomb for us, please.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, thank you. City Manager, Mr. Mario, I think when we had our conversation, we talked about the Saturday thing. A lot of people do their work on Saturday. I mean, that's really the only time they can do it, and I don't think you're going to really be able to stop it. Remember the conversation we had, if you could talk about that on a Saturday.
If I may, Vice Mayor, yes. There's plenty of communities that don't allow weekend work unless it is approved by either the village manager or the building official. And so I think it's, if you're going to limit work to weekdays only, you definitely need that provision. And, you know, 4.2 and 4.3, I think somewhat address it, in which if you have an emergency, roof issues, it is, you know, it's raining and we're trying to do the cement, or there's a storm coming and we need to finish this quickly. That's not something I want to hold up, because that affects the quality of life and the safety of those who are living in there. So I think having the provision that would allow for that based on emergency or the type of work that is essential. If you're going to have a full remodel and you have everybody just painting inside on a Saturday, that's not going to cause too much disruption to the neighbors. I personally don't have an issue with that, but if you're going to be installing floors and tiles, or you're going to have a saw cutting, and you're going to have several other types of construction that can cause a lot of noise, well, then I might have an issue with that. So I think as long as we're flexible, we're depending on the work and the need of the resident, we're able to make that judgment call from a professional standpoint, then I'm okay with saying, you know, no work on the weekends unless, you know, 4.2, 4.3, or limiting the Saturday work to shorter hours from, you know, 9 to 4 or 10 to 4 or whatever type of provision. So you have the flexibility of what you would like.
I tend to think that I agree, and I think that that's a great idea. Thank you, sir. The only issue that I have is that historically in this village, we have very poor communication, and it's hard to get a hold of people. And if there's an emergency, you know, who's going to respond and who's going to answer the call and who's going to actually take charge, right? So I don't want to, I just don't want, I don't think that we should burden anybody with that. I think that perhaps limiting the hours, I mean, we have the ability to do it at 10 o'clock, move it to 10.
Even 12 to 6, I don't have a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, the problem is that if there is in fact an emergency and something has to happen, who are we going to call, and are they going to answer the phone, or are they going to answer an email? I can tell you that historically, it just doesn't happen here. Might hopefully change, but right now, that's not the case.
So there are provisions, and I can verify with our building official, but normally there are provisions because all this work needs to be permitted. So we're talking about permitted work that we know is already going to be happening. If there's a roof collapse, well, the first thing you need to do is secure your roof first and foremost. And then the contractor comes out and applies for a permit with, hey, we've already had to do this work because it's a safety issue. And that's already kind of incorporated. They wouldn't receive that permit on a Saturday or Sunday regardless. It would be the following Monday. So there's still provisions within that permitting process that they have to follow. What this is, and Valerie, correct me if I'm wrong, what we're talking about here is we already have a permit, you already have it in hand. I'm planning my job site, and so I'm going to load up on Saturdays because some of my other guys from other job sites aren't going to be working, so I'm going to try to bombard everybody on a Saturday. Well, for that job site, it's wonderful, but it creates such an environment that your adjacent neighbors and rear and front-facing neighbors, they're 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, you're going to have a ton of noise and a ton of people coming out. There's different provisions for these things. And so in the case of an actual emergency, then yes, there should already be something in place where the contractor can secure the property and then come back, get the proper permitting so that we can have the right inspection. But this is already permitted work. So this is just more of a project, this is going on. The difference here is, hey, we're going to be doing roof work, for example, and we need to lay on tarp, but it's been raining on Friday. I can't schedule my guys if we have an 80% chance of rain. Mr. Building Official or Mr. Manager, however it comes out, can we do this on Saturday? Okay, well, at what time? That is something that we can work out. Or it is, we have a storm approaching that could be starting to hit us on Sunday. I need to finish the roof. I can finish it on Saturday. Okay, well, we can provide for those kind of provisions, but this is already for permanent work. This isn't for just the roof fell at my house last night. I'm not going to wait until Monday to address it. Did that answer your question? Kindly. I think you're muted.
Yeah, for me personally, I don't want to prohibit construction on Saturday. I would much rather move the time, 10, 11 o'clock, whatever we decide. But I don't, because construction around here is slow enough. I don't want to stall it more. So if things are moving forward on Saturday, I mean, I've lived next to a construction, and I'm okay with 10, 11 o'clock on a Saturday.
But okay, Dan, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I hit the mute. I agree, and I think that we should have it. How about if we have it the time for 12 to 6? I think that'd be in the afternoon, so everybody be able to know this time. Because I just don't want to stop people from doing construction on Saturday. That might be the only time they can do it. They can't do it during the week.
Several of my neighbors work Monday through Friday, and they do a lot of work themselves, and they're very good at it, and they meet all the codes, and if they can't do it on Saturday, they can't do it.
Yeah,
that's not right.
Right. So I think changing the time on Saturday, I think that is an ideal scenario.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm muting the commission because when I open all the mics, the sounds become like now. It's really bad. So we rather have a little delay to unmute then doesn't understand what people are saying. So,
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy, back to you. You're muted now.
I mute myself every time I stop talking, just I don't want to annoy anybody. So it's going to take more than that, I suppose, though, huh? So my proposal was change the hours Monday through Friday to 8 to 6. Do you want to make Saturday 12 to 4, 12 to 6? I'm just worried about the peaceful enjoyment of a Saturday morning, of a Saturday.
12 to 6, I have no problem. And 8 to 4, Monday through Friday.
I'm fine with 12 to 6 as well. That's fine.
Yeah.
So 8 to 6 and 12 to 6?
Yes.
Judy?
Judy, you okay with that?
12's a little bit, I mean, in the winter, you can't do anything.
I'm not hearing you, Judy.
You're muted.
6 o'clock at night is not a time you can do anything in the winter. It's dark already. So you're already limiting them to 12 to 5. So how about, 11 to 5 or whatever?
Well, sometimes they're doing interior work too, so they have light. But 11 to 6, keep it to 6.
11 to 6, right. So in the summer they can use it. Okay.
Perfect.
Are you guys all cool with that? Can I move on? Okay.
Please, because I got a lot of this too.
Here okay, I know. Trying to move along. Okay, section 6, construction dumpsters. Valerie, it says you guys struck that dumpsters should be covered. That was really something that I was hoping we would keep in here, is keeping dumpsters covered. I know they can be covered in a number of ways, and it's to secure things, keep animals out. And a big issue is I'm always concerned about safety stuff. So kids crawling up inside there, people getting up inside a dumpster. It's a very tempting looking thing to a 10-year-old, I just want to keep people out of dumpsters. And I think covering them at the end of the day is a good thing. We're a better community, and I think we need to always keep safety top of mind. The other thing it does is, all this 6 months a year when it rains every day, that dumpster, not just the dumpster gets water in it, but the things in the dumpster collect water. I have seen dumpsters in this village with refrigerators in them, with the doors off, only because I complained enough that the doors were finally taken off, but facing up. So there's an open refrigerator facing up and collecting rainwater for months. I was so tempted to crawl up in there and turn it over sideways myself, but I figured I better not do that. So I would like to see dumpsters covered for a number of reasons. It looks better, it's safer, and specifically for the mosquito problem, I think it's a better way to go. Anybody have an opinion on that?
Vice Mayor?
Yes, sir. Mr. D.
Wasn't this a recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board?
Yes, that's exactly.
Yeah, and I could weigh in on that. So essentially one of the comments or the concerns was that there are only so many vendors that provide dumpsters with lid covers on them. And so they didn't want people to be relegated to only using that type of dumpster, X amount of vendors, and that could be more costly. So they wanted to leave it open. But again, it's a recommendation, and if the will of commission is to have it closed, and there's a consensus for that, then you can do that.
So my question is aren't the dumpsters supposed to be behind the fences that are blocking the construction site as is?
Yeah.
So then, I mean, other than, the safety reason, those dumpsters are designed to drain. They're not designed to hold water. They have outlets. So even if it rains, the water will definitely get wet inside, but the water will drain out of them from the outlets. So that's not a problem. And visually, obviously, if they're behind a construction fence, we're not going to really see them. So I think that's an additional, for me, it's an undue burden, another burden to add to a resident trying to
Yes.
finish their job. So I don't see a real purpose for that.
Yes.
Commissioner Hilberg?
Yeah, I agree.
I agree with that.
Okay, moving along. Next thing is,
I agree.
it's this footnote down here, Valerie. So am I muted? No? No. the footnote at the bottom of page 5, Valerie, it sounds like they did not come to a consensus there, but Gage, the chair, was supporting not allowing for that a demolition permit would not be approved unless a building permit is contemporaneously approved by the village. And the point would be that we don't want a building torn down, leaving an empty lot until something has been approved to be built on that property. I happen to agree with this quite a bit because we have several instances in this village where this exact same thing has happened, where someone buys a property, tears it down, there's no building plans have even been submitted, and now we have an empty lot. And Art, one of them is the house adjacent to your son's house. So that lot, it's a perfect example. They tore that house down, and now there's a fence there. It's a horrible looking construction site that is being used to store heavy equipment, quite frankly, and supplies. So they don't even have plans for that house.
Too.
And there's a pool there, and there's a pool there full that's not covered,
and
not covered. You know, and one of the things, going back to this idea about not covering a pool, about draining it, you guys do realize that when you drain a pool in Florida and don't cover it, it's not drained for very long. So if you guys want to go back and rediscuss that cover the pool with a platform idea, that's the other thing it does. It keeps water out of there. But, you know, drain it all you like. Next week it's going to have 2 feet of water in it. So, but the point is that Gage supported this. The board didn't, I suppose, Valerie, it sounds like from the footnote and based on my conversation with Gage. I have to say that I'm with Gage on this one, that I don't want houses being torn down without even an approved plan to build something. Not that construction has to start that day, but there's not even a plan to build something. We have no idea what's being built on that double lot. I think it's a triple lot on 5th Avenue, but it's a big, ugly construction site in the meantime. And that's what this would prevent from happening. Opinions on that?
I actually had that on my notes, so thanks for bringing that up, Commissioner Kennedy, so I can scratch that off my notes. But go ahead. Commissioner Samara, you have any comment on this? No comment? Commissioner? Okay. So
we have a consensus on that?
I think we have a consensus on that, yeah, there should definitely be a plan in place, an approved plan before they can tear down a house. Absolutely.
Okay, just
Now,
generally,
my only question on that is the lot on 113th Street and 7th Avenue, which was a tear down without a buildup. It is not a construction site. It is just an empty lot now. Is there a provision that would be a problem?
No, because that would be grandfathered.
Well, people can ask for a variance for anything, I suppose.
Vice Mayor, isn't there an ordinance already that says you can't tear anything down without getting a permit to do so?
Yeah, there is a
There is an
demolition
ordinance.
permit on.
You can't tear down a building without getting a permit to do it.
Right, it's a demolition permit.
Okay, so that takes care of that. We don't need to have that provision.
No.
I'm sorry. The issue is that people are demolishing homes without having a plan approved for a new home. So what they're doing is just like next to my son's house, they just knock down the house. They don't have a plan, they don't have an approved plan to build a new home. So we have no idea, that could be empty forever.
But they have, I thought they already, to get a permit, you have to present the planning. That's already in our ordinance that says that.
Yeah. I don't know, it's not. No.
When I did the demolition
No.
of my house after the hurricane, I didn't.
Judy, you're muted.
You're muted, Judy.
When I did the demolition of my house, granted it was only the interior, not the exterior, I was able to pull a permit to do the demolition of the damage without having to put through plans for the rebuild on it until I could get somebody to do the rebuild because the interior was turning to mold. But I was able to get a demolition permit without a rebuild permit temporarily.
Valerie, you had something to say? I saw you.
Well, I was going to say that the code does not currently require plans in order to get a demolition permit.
Right.
So that's what the planning board is proposing. So here it appears in the context of a construction fence permit, but if there is a consensus to go that route, that indicating that you cannot get a demolition permit unless you have plans, then it would probably require another code amendment as well. Not just in the construction sites, but generally. And it deals with permits.
Okay. Commissioner Samara, Kennedy?
Valerie, I just want to make sure I understood what you just said. So you're saying that that previous section was all specific to the fence only?
Right, it came up in the context of a construction fence. So if you're going to go and use
Right, but
consensus
without
in
the
that
fence,
mode-
you couldn't do construction anyway. Because a fence is
There's other
required.
types of construction though, because remember, the construction fence is only for construction sites as defined in
Right,
the definitions.
exactly. So it could be a partial remodel, it could be something else other than a full tear down is what you're saying.
Right, and what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
aside from focusing on the construction sites, if the consensus is, as you guys have indicated, to require plans in order to get a demolition permit, then the permitting section of the code should be amended to reflect that as well, so that it's not just in instances of construction sites and construction fencing.
And that's what, in this first paragraph of the footnote, that's what Gage was supporting, that some of the other members did not.
Right. Just more
Okay.
broadly,
Well,
that's what the direction
Yeah.
that they want to go in, and so they want it reflected in this ordinance as well. Now, there was a consensus on that because there were other board members who believed if they maintain the property in a park-like setting, that would address some of the concerns of the aesthetics of having an empty lot.
Okay, so if somebody wanted to buy a property and tear the house down and leave a park-like setting, that's something that they could get a variance for, correct? You can ask for a variance for anything. You can ask for a variance for any part of the code. Am I correct?
Yeah,
but that's going to be hard to get. What's the undue hardship for that? I can't build a house, but I can knock it down.
Well, no, she's saying that some people might want to do that. They might want to knock it down and not put a house up, leave a park-like setting.
Okay, we had that case, Art, on
Yeah.
113th and 7th Avenue. The parents died. The kids didn't have the money to repair the roof. The roof collapsed in. There was a tree growing out of the middle of the house. The village determined that it was unsafe structure, and somebody had it condemned, and they were forced to tear the house down. And it is a park-like structure. It's just an empty lot. It has trees on it. They do get it mowed, but yeah.
So I have a revenue question related to this then. An empty lot is taxed differently than a lot that has a home on it, correct?
Yep.
I mean, it's taxed a lot less than if you actually had a home on the lot, correct? Somebody answer that question for me? Does anybody know?
Yes, correct. Yes, because the value is less.
It depends on, the appraised value will be less if there's no structure on it.
Right.
So that will negatively impact the village if they knock down the house and don't build anything on it for 10 years, 5 years, 7 years, whatever it is, as far as financially. Correct? And I think
another reason to make them build.
And yeah, exactly. And I think that's one of the issues, by the way, with that house on 8th Avenue, which is what I've heard, the one on 121st and 8th Ave, is that they continue to pay their property taxes, and somehow it hasn't been in the city's best interest to have them knock it down because we continue to collect that check. So my point is that, if we allow these folks to knock down their homes, it's going to negatively impact our financial statement, correct?
Yes.
So that's a problem. It's another problem.
Yeah, so we want them to have, in other words, you're saying this to support what Gage is proposing. We want them to get building plans, get a permit. We're requiring them to get a permit.
Absolutely.
To build.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Or sell a lot.
Okay. Shall I move on to the next one?
Please.
6.1.3, Valerie. All construction dumpsters, this one I think is a bit onerous. All construction dumpsters must be screened from public right-of-way with a 6-foot high fence as approved. The construction dumpster shall not be visible from the public view or from adjoining rights-of-way or properties. So this is saying that you have to have a 6-foot high fence around a construction dumpster, but if you have a construction dumpster, then you have a project going on that's significant enough for you to already have a fence around the property, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily, and that's why this provision specifically does not say on a construction site, because it may be that somebody's doing an interior remodel and they have a lot of things
Okay.
that they're going to be dumping. So somebody's, let's say, is taking out old tile, right, and they're chucking it into a dumpster. So you may have a dumpster on the property that's not on a construction site and concealed by a fence.
I understand. Okay. Might we add language here so it doesn't seem so tough on people that a construction fence around the property would fulfill this requirement?
If that's the consensus of the commission, absolutely.
I think that might be a nice thing to just make sure we're very clear in here, you know, that if you have because it sounds like, I read it, it sounds like you have to have another fence around your dumpster.
I'm fine with that. I don't have a problem with that. Mr. Samara?
Guys?
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we need 2 fences today, but.
Judy gave a thumbs up.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Oh, again.
Moving along here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you need 2 fences to me, but whatever you want.
Okay. 7.143. I'm not gonna cover that one. Let's move on. Okay, 7.1.8, Valerie. It references that the site has to, at the end, the site has to be brought into compliance with the construction site management plan. What is that?
I presume so that's something that the building department requires.
Is it something that's defined in here? Because I looked for it and I couldn't find it. Or is that a separate thing that we don't need to worry about?
It's not defined in here, but I can confirm with the building official whether this is something that is required by them. He didn't comment on it in the draft, but I can get further clarification between now and second reading.
I think we probably should, because it's odd to have an ordinance or something that has something that's not made clear what it is, if it's not referenced somewhere else, you know? Guys?
No, that doesn't require consensus. I'll just come back with clarification between now and second reading.
Okay, very good. Okay, limitations on parking, section 9. This is a biggie too. And you did an excellent job here. I was like looking at all the different ways around this thing, and this is all very clear to me. I wonder if it might make sense to have in here something that's so clear and simple that says something like, in no event may vehicles be parked on grass or public property. Now, I know the public property thing is covered somewhere else, but we see cars parked on grass all over the place. And that violates our code, I know, but I think it wouldn't be a terrible thing to put in here so you don't have cars parked in grass, vehicles parked in the grass. If they park on a right-of-way somewhere on the swale where parking is allowed and it's just like on grass, and all of a sudden you have vehicles all over the place.
So
construction vehicles.
So where are they going to be parking their construction vehicles?
It says on here, it provides where they have to park. This whole section is about that. If you read it, it says where they're allowed to park, where they're not allowed to park, just to make sure they're not parking on grass.
But again, if they're not parking on the grass, whose driveway has parking for 10 people?
Well, that's the point. We don't want then they have to find another place to park. And it says on here that the parking is their responsibility.
And Commissioner Kennedy, just for clarification, you're saying parking on grass, even on private property? So if the homeowner is doing construction.
Yeah, we don't allow for that anyway.
It happens all the time.
I know. I know it does, but we don't allow for it. And it seems to me like this would be an opportune place to remind people of that. Anyone else have a feeling on that?
We have no other place for people to park. I mean, if you've got 6 people working on your property and you've got 6 trucks there, where are they going to go?
So, if I may, in these fenced areas where these construction sites are supposed to take place behind the fenced area, I don't see a problem with them parking inside there during the construction, through the actual construction.
I think they're allowed to.
Well, but to your point, I mean, if there's grass there behind the fence and they're doing a home, let's say, right? They're then and they're inside the property all over the place, wherever the heck they find a spot. I think it's certainly better than parking in front of my house on my swale. So I don't have a problem with that. As long as they're parked inside the property, private property.
Yeah, exactly.
And the fence, I have no problem with that.
I'm worried about I'm talking about elsewhere.
Yeah, no, elsewhere, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah.
I like to keep it as it's written. I don't think we need to change it. I think it just as we have it written is what it should be.
I can't hear you, Judy.
I don't think it should be changed. I think we're telling them they can't park on the swale. We're telling them they can't park in the medians. They got to put vehicles somewhere if they're going to be there to work.
Okay. That was a draw. I'll move on, and I think I'm at the end here. 11, Valerie, enforcements and penalties. So it says failure to comply with any provision of this article shall result in a fine of $250 per day. Is that $250 per day per violation, or just $250 per day?
It would be per violation, and if it's a recurring violation, then
So,
it would be
okay.
daily. It would accrue daily.
Okay. So it's per violation per day.
Correct. So if they have
we need
a
to
parking
clarify that, or does
violation,
it-
if they have a parking violation, that
Yeah.
would be one citation. If they don't
Mhm.
have a fence around their pool, that would be a separate citation.
Right.
Each one would have its own
Understood.
fine that would accrue daily until corrected.
Okay. Do we need to clarify that in some way, or is that it's okay with you the way it is?
Yeah, it's pretty standard language. You could include it. the
It's
way it
good.
is.
Okay. Okay. Then what is the, and you're probably going to tell me this goes to another department then, but when do those fines result in a stop work order? I'm just thinking now we're at the penalty phase. You're doing something, here's a fine. Eventually we make them stop work on a property when fines start accruing. So where is that accounted for in our code?
I don't know offhand. I know that there's code enforcement provisions, which is usually a monetary penalty that accrues over time,
Mhm.
and then the stop work orders is dealt
Right.
with through the building official and the building department.
I think the manager.
And I have been
he can
told,
answer
and
that.
this was by the previous manager, that building violations of the building code, and that would be this, are enforced by the building department, not by code. Or they can call code and tell them to go do it. That's what I was told by, I see you shaking your head, Rosie. I was told that by David a couple of times when we talked about this very thing. So where does the stop work order come into play here? They're breaking this rule and that rule and that rule, and we're fining them. When does it rise to a stop work order? Sounds like Mario's going to chime in on this.
Yeah.
So in my experience, that would, depending on the violation that's going in, especially if it's a work safety issue, if it's a work safety issue, that comes in immediately until they can rectify whatever they're in violation of. Is it better?
I didn't hear any of that,
Yeah,
Mario.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
You're all
not a
distorted.
problem.
You slow down.
Yeah, I apologize for that. So it would, depending on the violation, if it's a work safety issue, then that stop work order would be immediately until they're able to correct any of the violations that they have, whether it's securing the job site, the structure, or anything like that. If it is, hey, you forgot to put up the fence, you have, until tomorrow to put it up, and they don't do it, then that is something that we can kind of work, because putting up the fence is not something that's going to put other people's lives at risk. Now, if they have a full demolition job going on, and okay, that's what.
Let me see what Wi-Fi now, because you're not even on Wi-Fi. You're not connected to our Wi-Fi.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay. So, like I said, if it's a safety issue that happens immediately, if it's not a safety issue, then we would work to correct that as quickly as possible. But if we see that there's an issue and they're not fulfilling or correcting those issues, then we would issue that as quickly as possible. So there's some leeway in there, depending on what those violations are.
Okay, so then to answer my question, we don't need to put any language in here about how things elevate to a stop work order. That is handled over in the building department.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that we have a way that using these construction or this new construction section, that we have a way to issue a stop work order when things go too far, which they do. Do we? Can someone confirm that really can happen the way we're going to set this up?
Vice Mayor, can I? Okay. As far as I know from the building official only interfere when put a stop work order when it's something in regarding the permit, the construction. Violations is handled by the code officers, and that's the building official is not going to put a stop work order if there are multiple violations. No. Only
Okay.
if it's something
So,
wrong with the construction, with the permits.
understood. Understood. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I personally would like to see some provisions in here that elevate things to a stop work order, because, you know, fines don't get paid, people ignore stuff. It happens all the time in this village. And I want us to have the ability to go in and just shut it down and say, you got to catch up here with us. You got to comply and pay, and then we'll have another conversation. In the meantime, your permit's going to expire. All this stuff you're going to have to deal with, and your fence permit's going to expire. I just want to make sure that we have some muscle behind this. Anyone else have a feeling on that?
No, I don't have I'd like to know what the city manager's opinion of this. Because you know.
If I may, Vice Mayor.
Absolutely.
I have no issue with that, but I defer to the attorneys as to whether that's legal or not. I presume it is, so I don't have an issue with saying if after 3 violations, corrections are not
That
made,
aren't paid,
it works,
corrected, yeah.
and aren't corrected within a certain time limit, then a stop work order is corrected on all permits assigned to the property. But again, I would refer to if that's allowed under Florida statute and the Miami-Dade building code as well. I'm not quite sure.
Yep. We'll have to look at
Can we look into that?
Yeah, we can look at that between now and second reading.
That would be great. I'd appreciate that. And again, it's just a simple, and the way Mario phrased it is like, if you just want to say 3, for example, 3 things that until you comply. Once you hit the number 3, until you comply and pay, and you're good with us, you're solid with us, then you can start work again and move forward. But we've got to have a way to enforce this, or people don't take any of it very seriously.
I agree.
Okay, that's it, Art. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so
can I?
Oh, I thought you already went. Please go ahead. No. Oh, well, I have a couple of comments, man. Only Matt gets to talk here? All right. All right. So a couple of things. Number one.
Can't hear you, Dan. I know you're talking, but I can't hear you.
No, he's not talking. So one of the things that I had, and again, this is a legal question, I'm sure, and I don't know, I didn't see it anywhere. Is there any way that we could put timelines on construction? I mean, we have construction that's been going on here for years and years and years and years. And it seems to me, I have no idea what's going on with those properties. They have cement walls up, but there's just absolutely nothing happening. So is there any way that legally that we can put timelines on construction?
It was something that I was going to have to look into anyways. And maybe I can get an answer to you before now in second reading, because if you guys are going to require building plans or some type of plans contemporaneously with a demolition permit, arguably somebody could just get plans and then not build anything. So
right.
It's not addressing the concern that you guys have raised.
Right.
So that's something that we can look into as well.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about, okay, well, they have the plans, they've actually started construction, but for whatever reason, they like the house on Griffin next to Chuck and Rocks, that house started going up, and then I guess they had some fines or whatever. I don't know what happened, and it's just stopped, and it's been there like that for what, 2 years now, something like that.
2 years.
And yeah, so I mean, it would be an ideal situation where at some point, you know, after a certain amount of time, I mean, we give, you know, there should be some kind of something that we can do to either force their hand or you know, find them something to get these processes moving.
And I'm not.
I agree with that, Art, and I
provision.
inquired. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say that typically what would happen, usually permits have an expiration date. So it's only for a prescribed amount of time. And once it expires, then the property could be cited for having construction without a permit or for whether their condition that exists. So I imagine that there is a mechanism through code enforcement to cite them for that.
So I guess that's
And that's exactly what I was told when I inquired about it before, was the mechanism is the permit expires and they go renew it, and they can just keep renewing and renewing and renewing, and again, never actually doing any work, just renewing a permit.
Yeah.
That's what I was told before. That was kind of the frustrating dead end there. Now what's happening at that, I don't want to speak to that property you named, Art, never mind.
Okay. All right. So another thing that that came up, a resident emailed me and explained that obviously we've been working here without a manager for well, a full-time manager. I'm sorry, we've had managers, but a full-time manager for quite some time. But the whole process of bringing this ordinance about, I think that before they used to have a code review board here before it was dismantled, I guess a couple of commissions ago. And the way that it was explained to me and makes sense that going forward, the way that this should happen is that the village manager becomes aware of an issue that comes up, brings it to the code review board. The code review board then drafts an ordinance and submits it to the commission through the village manager, and then the commission would have the opportunity to make comments or approve the draft before it goes to the attorney for a final version. I think to me that's the way it is the best way. I see you shaking your head.
I respectfully disagree.
Okay.
I don't feel that residents should be writing code changes or ordinance for the village. That should be done from a professional staff in coordination with legal. If we want to have a code review board or give the code enforcement board another duty where they will review it prior to it going to either planning and zoning or to the commission, I don't have a problem with that. I do have concerns in which we could fall into a liability from a village standpoint, where, well, we decided for whatever reason that the color blue is not something that one resident likes because a neighbor upset them. Somehow it went through the motions. This is what the residents want. It gets approved. Well, then now we're forcing someone to repaint their house. We could be in a liability standpoint, and I don't think that's appropriate. And so my recommendation would be staff, when they're made aware or we anticipate something going down where we need to change the code, we would draft what that is, and then we would bring that to, it could be either an advisory board, planning and zoning if it's land development like this construction zone is, or this construction ordinances, per our charter and usually state statutes and building officials and stuff like that. It comes to planning and zoning first. I don't mind that, but to have that drafted by residents, I would cautious.
Okay.
I'm seriously cautious here.
Our code review board included the planning and zoning people. It included the people from the code compliance, and a couple of other people like me was on it. And we've done it that way for 20 some odd years. I mean, I started with code review when Sarah was here, and Sarah's been gone a long time. So, but it did include the planning and zoning, those who wanted to be on it from planning and zoning, including Gage Hartung. It included Dale Blanton and Gary Kuehl from the code compliance. And so it was an educated group of people who we looked over ordinances from different jurisdictions, put it together with what we had. We would review what Pinecrest had, what Miami Shores had, what other jurisdictions had, look at the language, see what would suit us, what wouldn't suit us. But we would make that initial step, and from that initial step, it would then go to the lawyer for him to look it over. It would go to the commissioners for them to look it over. And it probably saved the village a whole lot of money, but we've really never had an issue with it going that way that I know of.
I can only speak to the experience that I've had in my 15 years of government. This is the first municipality I've ever heard that's done something like this. Again, my recommendation is if you want to review it and provide comments, I'm comfortable with that. But to write the code change and the ordinances, I do have a concern with that. You know, at the end of the day, you all have the authority to decide if you want to go with that route. But from a professional standpoint, when an item would come to me, I would tell you I'm not touching it because I don't believe that that is a best practice. I believe that puts the village in a liability standpoint, especially when you now have homes and other type of developments that are costing multi-millions of dollars. You're talking about someone who will be willing to sue just for the fun of it if need be. And there could be a slew of issues from a resident standpoint that in government you're not aware. It's not saying that you're not intelligent enough or anything like that to do it, but because of your role as a resident, I wouldn't recommend doing that. So I don't have a problem with a review of having another step to, hey, give us the draft that staff has put together. We can give the feedback and we can work together before it goes on to either planning and zoning if it's a land development or to first reading. I've got no problem with that. But for you all to draft it, I have serious concerns with it.
Every single code that we have has been done this way in the history of the village that I know of. And maybe Commissioner Anderson, ex-Commissioner Anderson could give you highlights on that because he was a commission here for 25 years, if not longer. But to my knowledge, the residents with the planning and zoning and code compliance have done this.
I completely understand. I just don't think it's the best practice for it to be done.
Okay.
May I make a suggestion here? Art, if
Yes,
I
go
may.
ahead.
This is a very interesting conversation that I think a lot of us probably have lots of opinions about, and I'm listening and I'm enjoying hearing all sides of this. I don't think it's a conversation we need to have right now to get this item done on the agenda and move on, because we have the rest of this to get through. But it is a conversation I think we should have. But I don't know that we need to have it here in the middle of this conversation about the first reading of the construction code ordinance.
I agree. So we'll save it for another day.
I'm sorry, Dan, I didn't hear you.
I said I agree with you, Commissioner Kennedy.
Oh, okay, thank you. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry.
All right. So let's move on.
Do we have to take a vote on it?
We have to make a
Well,
motion.
somebody has to make a motion.
I make a.
Well, but before, I'm sorry.
There is a motion.
Did everyone make their comment?
We have a
Yeah,
motion.
there is a motion. I made a motion and we seconded it. But are we done with comment? Art, I thought you had some other things you wanted to say, and I haven't heard Judy speak to anything yet.
No, I was.
I want to hear everybody's opinions.
You asked most of the questions that I had. And
okay.
The one about timeline, and I also wanted to bring up the process, which obviously we started the conversation and we'll need to finish it. But I don't know if Judy's done. She has nothing else to say. Commissioner Samar?
I can't hear Judy very well. Oh, she's muted. That's why.
She's muted. All right. So
there she is.
Comments.
Just take a vote.
Okay.
So do I need to amend my motion to include the changes that we agreed on? I know Valerie was taking notes there, or can it just go through as it is and we vote and move on? Or do I need to amend it to include all of those things?
Well, just amend it to make the changes.
As discussed.
Yes, Valerie, I should
As
amend it.
discussed.
As amended.
Okay. Okay. It was my motion, so I'd like to change my motion to approve the ordinance with the changes that we agreed on by consensus during this conversation.
Second.
We had a second with Judy Hammerberg.
Okay.
Can you do roll call, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Vice Mayor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Samara,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
4-0.
Vice Mayor.
And for clarification, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, if I may, and for clarification, one of those amendments was to also take the revisions to the code enforcement advisory board for review, and then to bring back any type of feedback to the commission for second reading, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you very
Code
much.
compliance. Oh,
Okay.
no.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez. Next item, I'd like to make resolution 11A, make a resolution 2020-64 landscape and maintenance of Northeast 6th Avenue. Make them to approve it.
Vice Mayor, we need the attorney's going to
Oh,
read.
sorry.
The attorney's going to read the title.
Yes, right.
Resolution 2020-64, a resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, authorizing the village manager to execute the renewal for the turf and landscape maintenance joint participation agreement between the Florida Department of Transportation and the Village of Biscayne Park, and providing for an effective date.
Now we can have the motion.
I make a motion to approve resolution 2020-64 landscape maintenance for Northeast 6th Avenue.
Mr. Vice Mayor, and just for the record, this is very standard with DOT for their picking up and landscaping of medians. This is across the board boilerplate with multiple municipalities, so there's nothing out of the ordinary here.
Take a discussion or vote.
Vice Mayor, do you have a discussion or are you going for the vote?
I'm fine with just a vote, unless somebody has anything they want to discuss.
Just think of vote.
Mr. Kennedy, nothing?
No.
Vote fine.
You're good? So vote. Roseanne, vote?
Okay. Vice Mayor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Samara,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
motion passed 4-0. We can move ahead for 12A.
12A, that's the village attorneys.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. You have my memo that I sent out the other day regarding this. I've had a discussion with the attorney for Indian Creek and Surfside, who is going to take the lead in filing the petition for review of the FAA's findings in the matter. He had told me that they were going to file in the 11th Circuit Court of Appeal, which is in Atlanta, or they were going to file in the DC district, obviously in Washington. If they're going to file in the 11th Circuit, we can certainly prepare and file on behalf of the village the petition for review. If it's in the DC district, however, None of our attorneys are admitted to practice there. We just don't do any business in Washington. So that may throw a wrench into the thing. I will be back in touch with the attorney for Indian Creek and Surfside to confirm with him where that's going to be filed. If you want us to prepare and file the petition for review, we provided you an amount that we would do that for. And then we would monitor the proceedings in the event that there's any mediation that would occur as a result of our filing with the FAA. Then the Village of Biscayne Park would have a seat at that table, and we would be part of any negotiations that took place.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
Just to tack on to what our attorney had mentioned, I also was able to speak with the representatives from Indian Creek and Surfside. I'm sorry? Okay. And their first priority is to make sure that their residents are taken care of. We can read that however we wish. And so my recommendation for you today is that we do move forward and authorize the village attorney for the $2,000 to file a petition. This will guarantee us that we have, if anything goes to mediation, we'll have an opportunity to sit at the table there. Now, I will also caveat that this also puts the village in a position where, as of right now, there is no concerted effort to join with multiple cities to lower the cost of legal affairs should it go to a lawsuit. I will tell you, just based on the initial discussion of what that might cost, initial costs, we cannot afford that. We cannot afford that. And so there might be a time later down the line where multiple cities say, okay, we're going to sue and we're going to join together, and that might reduce the overall cost. We don't have to make that decision tonight. Tonight, your only decision, I apologize. Tonight, your only decision is with regards to the petition, but the attorney and I wanted to make sure that we also provided what a potential estimate could be if we go into litigation. So you have a large, the big picture of what's in front of us. What this essentially what this would end up doing, and Ed, correct me if I'm wrong, if once the judge sees that there are 4, 5, 6, 7 different petitions, he's going to essentially kind of group them into one, because you cannot appeal an individual section of the study or the report of what FAA wants to do. You have to appeal the entire thing. And so once he sees that there's multiple, then that's just going to kind of group them together and say, okay, you guys talk it out first and see if you can come to some kind of agreement, which is mediation. Then we can come together at that point. But as of right now, the intent is they want to protect their own residents' interests first and foremost. So again, my recommendation is approving the $2,000 filing if it is within the 11 districts court. If not, we'll have to figure out exactly what would happen in the DC. Ed, I don't know if the attorney that you received the estimate might be able to give something comparable for the DC as an individual. That might be a possibility. So I would authorize, if it's the same amount, do it, but then come back to us and let us know what's going on before approving any additional dollars.
Yeah, I'm unmuted. Good. I agree with that. I think it's worth going forward to pay the $2,000, and that gets us on the seat of the seat at the table. And if it goes to mediation, because I do agree that the judge, if there's a whole bunch of people, are going to basically say go to mediation, and it's worth. We have the money to do $2,000, right? Okay, so that's not going to hurt the village. I do have a problem with the 25 and the other 1,000, but I think that once you get other cities, you might be able to, if all the cities work together, they might say, okay, $5,000 to $6,000 amongst, amongst the cities. So I'm willing to go forward with the $2,000, at least to get us at the seat at the table. And then we can always work after that.
Any other comments? Commissioner Kennedy?
This is a no-brainer to me. I'm ready to just vote yes right now. This has gotten out of control and it's impacting our quality of life in an enormous way in this village. And it's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And we've been dragging this out forever. We first talked about this in February. So I'm glad that we're taking this step.
I agree.
Mulburn?
I'm ready to vote yes.
I'd like to make a motion.
Please make one.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to go forward with FAA flight path and authorize the city manager and the attorney to go forward with the $2,000 to form what we need to do.
I'll second that.
We don't need a roll call, just ask for consensus.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, look at that. My stuff is coming up.
There you go.
All right. So let's talk about it. So the reason that I brought it up is because as I attended village meetings prior to actually getting an opportunity to sit here, I didn't talk much. And one of the reasons that I didn't talk much is because I saw that everybody was being ignored, and it was really annoying. Can everybody mute here because I'm getting a lot of echo?
I'm muting everybody.
All right,
There
thank
we
you.
go.
Okay, so so the idea is, and obviously when I started talking to different people about this, I found out that in prior commissions they actually had this on the agenda, and people were able to respond to questions. Obviously, you know, with our meetings going as long as they're going, I wanted to put a time limit on the amount of time that we can reply to questions, because you know we're ending these meetings at 11, sometimes 12 o'clock at night. So I thought 3 minutes, because that's the time limit that we give residents to speak. So I thought 3 minutes per commissioner would be appropriate to answer any questions that they would like to answer. If they want to answer, nobody is obliged to answer anything. But if you know, and most residents come up here and they actually give us their opinions, they give us some advice. And from time to time they ask questions, and I think that you know, I think it's appropriate that if we can answer those questions, that we actually answer them. And if we're not willing to answer them, then we can yield our 3 minutes to another commissioner or to the manager, should he want to reply, or somebody else on the commission would want to reply. So that's kind of the idea, that, you know, that I just really felt that people were being ignored, and I think that that's wrong. If people come here and take the time to speak and share their thoughts, and especially if they have a question and we have the answer, and even if we don't have the answer, just to simply acknowledge the fact that they asked the question, and that we'll actually get back to them, and we will get back to them. I think that goes a long way. I think that would have meant a lot to me, and I think that would have made me actually talk more when I came to these meetings. But I just didn't feel like talking, because I knew it made absolutely zero. It was going in one ear and out the other, while people were fiddling with their papers and looking at their computers and not actually paying attention to the residents. So that's the reason for this topic. Comments?
Yeah.
May I say something? Go ahead.
It's Vice Mayor.
Go ahead.
I like the idea that you're talking about is great. My question is, city manager, you're talking about, I think you're going to bring it up in January, or you already brought it up now, for the commission comments. You're going to move that up, right? If you're going to move, which like we did tonight, you moved up to commission comments all the way up. Wouldn't that cover what he's trying to do?
Part of what I'd like to bring into January is a little bit of a different structure on the agenda, but I think the overall intent of moving the reports from the attorney, myself, the commission, and the advisory boards up to number 8, which is directly after public comments. That's something that I would recommend. I don't know if that would appease the vice mayor, and if he thinks that is sufficient. I know today I took notes when Mr. Raymond mentioned some questions and Mr. Anderson as well. I tried to refer that back to and answer some of that within my report. But again, I don't want to interpret what the vice mayor is thinking. I will be requesting we move that item forward, but I leave that to the vice mayor if that's sufficient or not.
Okay, and then I asked the question to the vice mayor, is that acceptable? Because I remember a few months ago, I spoke to one of our past attorneys that said that he thought it was a bad idea because you'll be speaking up from your cup. So, I mean, if that's not.
The last meeting that we had with Ed, I asked Ed specifically if it was okay if we answered residents' questions, and Ed said.
I didn't mean with Ed. I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, we have Ed now. I don't know what the other guy said, but I'm going with what Ed says. So Ed said it was okay to answer residents' questions, and I think that it's important that, for me, that the commissioners, not only that they hear from the manager, but that they hear from us too, that we're engaged with them and that we're listening to them and that we have an opportunity to respond to them, not just hearing from the manager.
Isn't that what the commission comments? They can make their comment. I'm just asking you, if the commission comments, I'm having comments that's going to be brought up and said at the end of the meeting, I can use my commission comments to answer the residents' things. I'm just asking if that's something that you would think that would be acceptable.
Yeah, well, listen, as long as we get the opportunity to answer how we put it on here, I just want to make sure that we have an opportunity to actually answer residents when they come here with questions.
No, I agree with you. That's what I'm just saying. When he has the commission comments,
Commissioner Kennedy, you had a comment?
Yeah, I do. A couple of things real quickly. First of all, just as a reminder, commissioners have the opportunity to engage with residents on a daily basis. We have the opportunity to go meet with people, to talk to them on the phone, to text with them, to email them. So this is not our only opportunity. I take full advantage of engaging with residents on an almost daily basis. It's my favorite part of my job, quite frankly. But after these meetings, I'll just tell you that most people who speak on public comment at a meeting get an email from me within the next day or two answering things that they've brought up. Sometimes I answer them directly. Sometimes it's, hey, thanks for coming to the meeting. It was great to see you there. But I feel it my responsibility to engage on many levels, not just there. All of that having been said, I agree with you 100%, Art. I would like to see it formalized and put on the agenda, because when people don't take advantage of that opportunity, I think that says something about them as well. But I would prefer that it be done at the end of the meeting, not up inside the meeting somewhere, because I see you shaking your head no there, Judy. Let me explain why first before you have an opinion. Because public comments at the top, they're often commenting on things that we're discussing that are on the agenda. Usually, let's say 80% of the comments regard something on the agenda. Then when we run through the agenda, things change. A lot of things are answered then because people didn't understand something or they had a concern that was addressed when it was discussed. We change our minds on things. We do other things. We have these conversations and move topic to topic to topic. My answer to someone up inside the meeting might be very different than my answer after we've discussed the agenda items that they asked about, that they commented on specifically. I would prefer to have the opportunity to address it at the end of the meeting after we've discussed the topic that they brought to our attention. I'll be very happy to talk to them anytime we all decide to do it. So I'm a yes no matter where you put it, but I'd prefer it to be at the end.
The only issue with that, Commissioner Kennedy, is that unfortunately a lot of people drop off by 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock when we get around to finishing the meeting. So I prefer to answer them right then and there and move on. And what's 15 minutes? I mean, it's 3 minutes per person. 15 minutes, we're on. And
everybody won't do it. It won't be 15 minutes.
My point, exactly.
I'm with you.
So it might be 3, it might be 2. So
I'm just afraid I'll want to say something different to them later after we discuss the FAA topic. But I'll say, geez, now that we decided that, now that I heard what Art said, I'd really respond to you differently. But I'm good with no matter where you do it. I'm there. Okay. I'm there.
Vice Mayor,
yes.
You said 3 minutes.
You're muted.
You're muted, Dan.
Okay, sorry about that. Is that going to be, you're saying 15 minutes, but it can be more in reason because it depends on how many residents ask questions. Are we going to have to respond to all the questions or not, right?
You got 3 minutes. Go.
to answer every,
You're muted, Art. You're muted, Art. You're muted, Art.
you're muted.
Pick a question, pick 3 questions, but you have 3 minutes to answer all 3 of them.
Okay, then
Because you know, we have to finish these meetings and we don't want to extend this to, you know, because then we'll have 50 questions and we'll have to answer.
if you're willing, I mean, if you really sincerely hold people to 3 minutes,
Scout's honor.
then I have no problem with taking up 15 minutes. If you really do, but I'm gonna tell you right now that that's not gonna happen.
Okay.
Okay, but also I think it's important to acknowledge people early on in the meeting and say, we heard you, we'll be discussing that, thank you. Because oftentimes I feel like there's no acknowledgement, and I think that people think, well, I came, I wasted my time, and nobody cared. So even if we just say, we'll be discussing that later, thank you for your input. Simple.
So I agree with you.
Person running the meeting can say that anytime she wants.
As long as you hold it to 15 minutes, I don't have a problem with it.
No. And not everybody has to respond. If one person responds
But
and
I
that's
also,
enough, that's it.
okay, but there was a comment made early, and it has to be addressed. You can't criticize a commissioner because the commissioner decides not to respond. It was brought up earlier this
No,
week.
absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And no, I agree with you. So, did you have something, Mario, that you wanted to say?
I apologize, it's not germane to the conversation, but we were having everybody talking with the open mic and a lot of the echo. So there was a lot of the conversation that may have not come across to those on Zoom.
I didn't hear what Dan just said. It was all.
Okay, no.
You're muted, Dan. That's the problem.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there you are. There you go.
I have a head cold and I apologize. I don't want to hear anybody coughing. Okay, the only thing is, I hope I remember my thought. Oh, I don't want to, it was brought up earlier that if, you know, a commissioner should not be criticized if he decides not to speak. And that's a problem that I'm concerned about. That if a commissioner decides he's not, it has been, well, I wasn't going to mention your name, Commissioner Kennedy, since you asked it. It was you that was saying, well, you did say that if a commissioner should be, you know, doesn't talk, we should need to hear what they have to say and they need to respond to the residents. And
Commissioner Samaria, I agree with you 100%, and I don't think that was the intent. I think that, so I think that, you know, I think we all agree that you know, it's a good idea to add that to right after comments.
I mean, I agree. I'm not pointing to Commissioner Kennedy say that was his intent. I'm just saying that if a commissioner decides he doesn't want to respond, he should be judged based upon that he doesn't respond.
No one's going to judge.
Okay.
I agree.
No one's judging.
Okay.
No judging. All right. So what do we need to do here? We need to make a motion.
Make a motion, Art.
I'm going to make a motion that we apply this replying to residents as stipulated in my proposal here after open comments from our residents, and give each commissioner 3 minutes to respond to any questions should they decide to respond, and if they don't, they can yield their time to another commissioner or to the manager.
Okay. Are we going to do that this evening, Art?
Why not?
I don't think we should yield their time to another commission. I think if they don't use it, they just don't use it. It shouldn't be done.
I'll second that, Art.
You'll second?
I'll second.
Okay. I got a second.
All in favor?
Well, do we have to do a roll call, or is this a?
We shouldn't need a roll call.
You don't need a roll
We
call
can
on a
do like a
motion.
consensus. All
Okay,
in
so
favor?
aye.
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 Okay, on to the next one.
Okay, that's me.
B, that's you, Dan. That's you, my friend. All you.
Did you just call me Dan? Having a hard time hearing you guys. I'm on all the way to the east side of the village. I'm on the other side here. Okay, so guys, I'm putting in front of you tonight an initiative to take the Biscayne Park Commission, just the commission, no one else in the village, paperless as a first step to getting this village to be to save us some money, to save a whole lot of staff time, and to be more environmentally friendly, certainly, and that is by becoming a paperless commission. So we have these meetings. We have more than one meeting many months. And I don't take any of the paper, by the way. I'll just let you know right now that Roseanne doesn't print anything for me. She knows that I work only from PDF. So I'm already doing what I'm proposing that the commission do. And she's already making everything into PDF form. A PDF is what's put on the village website that residents look at. So exactly the same way that residents are accessing the information by PDF, which I know a lot of you did before you were commissioners. I certainly did. It was the only way you could look at things. You pull it up, you read it. If you want to, you can print a copy yourself. You can make notes on a PDF. They're very, very user-friendly. I would like to see the entire commission operate like that and save all the printing and the binders and all the stuff that ends up in the trash can after it's only used one time usually. So the benefits are environmental, they're financial, and it's certainly modern for 2021. My goodness, my company, I run a big, it's not my company, I run a large company for someone else, and I have employees across 5 states. I do business with companies all around the world. I haven't seen a piece of paper from one of those people for years. Everything arrives in my inbox as a PDF. I operate from it on my computer. I notate it, I save it, I have it saved on my computer, I can refer to it later. Everything we've been looking at tonight is either on a PDF or a spreadsheet. It's very easy for anyone who doesn't already know how to do this. It's very simple. You can be taught to do it very quickly and you'll get the hang of it in no time. Now, in terms of the cost savings to the village and the fact that I'm not requiring this is not requiring anyone to go paperless, because you can still print on your own. From home, you can print a PDF on a piece of paper. You can just hit print and you can print it in color, you can print it in black and white, you can do with it whatever you want to. But just as a reminder, the way that we are paid in this village to be on this commission is that we are not paid a salary. If you read the description about our pay in the Code of Ordinances, it says very clearly that we are not paid a salary. We are reimbursed for expenses to get the job done. So the money that we're given, it's $2,000 for anyone listening who isn't aware, it's $2,000 a year. It comes to $167 a month before taxes. It really is a pittance, and I'm not complaining about that at all because I tried to reduce it to $1 last year. I didn't succeed in that. But it's not a salary. We're not paid to work. We do this job for free, and we are given $2,000 a year to help cover expenses. We're just not required to account for those expenses. It says that we are not required to submit anything that supports what we're doing with that money. It's our Code of Ordinances says the commissioners receive no salary. They shall not be responsible to provide the village with an accounting of expenses. This is a perfect example of what that money is intended to be used for. It can be used for memberships to things and travel if you want to, and you can ask the commission for more money if you want to travel somewhere to something. But this money that we're given already is to pay us for the day-to-day of getting this job done. And I think it's not a lot to ask for us to save the village a bunch of money, to save the staff a lot of time. My goodness, I go in there and see Roseanne and poor Linda Dillon sitting there with 20,000 pieces of paper, getting it all bound together for us. But it'll save time, it'll save money. It's just a responsible thing to do. It's how the world operates, and it's been operating like this for a long time, but certainly now we should really jump on this. And if you want paper, you can print your own paper. Print your own paper. You can print it yourself. You can send it to Kinko's and have them print it. They can bind it for you, whatever you want them to do. But this is what we get paid to do. We get paid for the expenses of doing our job. So that is my item for your consideration. I look forward to your comments, and I will, after I hear your comments, I'll decide if I'm going to make a motion or not.
I totally disagree. I totally disagree.
Why did I not see that coming, Judy Himmelberg?
Because
okay,
I have one computer, and if I'm on my one computer for this meeting, how am I going to have, I mean, is the village going to give me a computer so that I can take a PDF with me and scroll through it? And I happen to be
I'm doing that right now, Judy.
Person. So
I'm doing it right now. I'm looking at a third of my screen is you guys. I'm looking at you right now, zooming over here. I have a PDF open over here. I have my spreadsheet open. I go back and forth from one to the other.
Okay.
I'm looking at my item and you side by side.
I could not read it on my iPad if it were a third of my screen.
Okay,
Could
that's
not
fair.
do
I
it.
completely accept
So,
that. Completely accept that. So you could print it, Judy.
No, and why should I have to do that when it can be given to me organized so that it helps me to get my act together? I mean, why should
can't you just print it yourself?
I have a secretary at my office who does things to help me out because my time is valuable.
And have her print it. Okay, have her print it. My point is that you understand, Judy, how we get paid. You're not paid a salary for this job. You're paid to get reimbursed for the expenses of doing the job. That's how you get paid. It's in our code of ordinances.
Beyond this, Mac, and I'm sorry, I disagree completely.
Okay, that's fine. You can disagree. I appreciate your comments.
Commissioner Samaria.
You're muted, Art.
Not anymore.
First off, I mean, I agree with 100% with Commissioner Judy. And we went over this of what the $2,000 in the last commission, and I don't need to give my comments that I made at that meeting about how I feel about the $2,000. I like to have print in front of me instead of looking at a computer. I get better results when I look at the paperwork. It gives me time to, if I happen to be on a job and I happen to have my agenda item with me, I can look at it. Otherwise, I'm going to have to bring my laptop with me every place I go, because I don't only look at Biscayne Park business here. I look at it when I'm doing at a job that I got time to take, and I just like the paper trail better. So
and you do understand then that you can print it if you want it printed. You do understand that I'm not requiring you to go paperless. I'm saying the village will go paperless, but you can do all the paper you want.
Yes, I understand. And I don't feel I should have to pay.
Just want to make sure you understand that.
I understand.
Okay.
So I'm obviously, I haven't asked for any papers since I became commissioner. I'm also, I mean, in an ideal scenario, we don't use paper and we use technology, but I understand also Judy's point and Dan's point. But for me, I mean, I have no problem. I mean, I really don't have a problem with going paperless. It's not an issue for me. So I'm in the middle here.
Judy, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Judy.
So I don't understand. If you guys are doing it one way and we're doing it another, why do we have to be forced to do it your way? Why can't we split it? Why does it have to be all one way?
I feel like I'm not making this clear. I'm going to try it again, and I'll try to make it abundantly clear. You're not being forced to go paperless. The village is going paperless. You can do all the paper you want. You can print 10,000 pieces of paper for every meeting. We don't care, but it's on you to do that. I would prefer that you don't do that for the environment, but that's on Judy if Judy wants to waste paper. But you get paid, you get reimbursed for your expenses. Printing is an expense. Mileage is an expense. A hotel room is an expense. Printing stuff is an expense too. So use the money that we're paying you, we, meaning the village, use the money we're paying you to print whatever you want to print, but you do it. So the village isn't paying for it. Staff isn't being tasked with doing it. We have a lot for the staff to do, Judy, a lot. You're going to, now that you're on the inside, you're going to see all the stuff that's going on and all the stuff going on behind the scenes. We need to take some of these really just silly time wasting things away from them so they can focus on the big ticket items for us. Mario's coming in here and he's got some big responsibilities now. I don't want staff printing thousands and thousands of papers and binding them and sorting them. My goodness, it's just so 1970. It's the year 2021. But if you want to do it, Judy, print it yourself. That's all. I'm not suggesting that Judy go paperless. I'm saying Biscayne Park for the commission go paperless. So I'm going to make a motion that we agree as a commission to become paperless in terms of what the village produces for us, and that we will take on the responsibility of printing our own documents as we see fit. And by the way, you don't have to print everything. You can just print one thing. I need that one agenda item. I'll print that one, but not the rest. Okay? You select what you want printed. So I'm proposing that we do this in terms of fiscal and environmental responsibility. I can't hear you, Dan. Or Art. I know you seconded it because I saw your mouth. I gotcha.
Clerk, roll
Do
call?
you need a roll call? Okay.
Please.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria,
No.
Commissioner Hammerberg,
No.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
it's a tie.
What happens in the case of a tie? I've never seen a tie before.
Runner.
I can't hear. I'm sorry.
It's dead.
I still didn't hear an answer. What happens in the case
The
of a tie? Is
motion
it approved or
fails.
disapproved?
Motion
No, that's what I
fails.
wanted to hear. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Ed. Just needed one word. Okay.
Okay. 13C. That's you, Dan.
Yes, it is. I know. Thank you. Maybe people didn't understand the purpose of this item was just to have goals we need to accomplish, but priorities are for those things that we need to talk about first. For this commission to accomplish things, we must first start with talking about what would help make this community better. What are the problems and how we can solve them, and what new things. These were just my list of my priorities. I would like to hear from the rest of the commissioners on what their goals as a commission, what our goals are and what our priorities. This does not mean it has to be done right away. Then I would also like to hear the city manager's priorities and goals, what he would like. This would give us where we can accomplish something. This would tell us what our goals are going to be as a commission and what our priorities are. And then we could start going list by list to accomplish those things. Because I'm going to be honest with you, and I was on the commission, I don't think we really accomplished anything in the last two commissions. Not only because we haven't set goals from the beginning on what as a commission we want to do. That would hold us accountable to the residents. If we set goals and we don't meet it, then we have to explain to the residents why we haven't met those goals and what our priorities are. This is hopefully will make the meetings go much faster too. Again, these were just, I felt I had to give you my goals and priorities, and then everybody else can give theirs. And we basically can see what we can accomplish. At least it shows to the residents, okay, we have set goals and priorities as a commission, and to city manager what his priorities are.
Stop it. She doesn't want me to talk. All right. So are there any comments, Commissioner Hamilton?
I think that they look good, and I think their FEMA and other things can be added to it, but I also think there are things that our village manager has already addressed in his thing. So it's kind of redundant, but I think having goals are wonderful.
Yeah, just clarify.
Commissioner Samari?
Okay, just to clarify, I mean, is there any, Commissioner Judy, is there any goals or priorities that you would like to see as a commissioner? Not to go by my goals and priorities, but something that you might want to accomplish as a commissioner. Oh, okay.
Commissioner Kennedy, are you there? I see black space. Here you are.
I'm sorry, guys. I apologize for I coughed in your ear a few minutes ago. I thought I was muted. I had to leave the room and go get my throat together. I just a couple of things. Yes, Dan, of course, we all want to set goals and priorities and have an action plan that makes sense. And we want to cheer Mario on to get this all done. So I can't disagree with what you're saying we should do or anything on your list. It's all great. However, this isn't the way to go about it, I don't think. I think I'm hoping that one of the you're going to see my agenda item coming up next, which is the same general idea, just in a very different way. So I won't go into that now. But in terms of what we each think are our priorities for this village, I'm hoping that one of the things Mario does is to organize a workshop where we can sit down and do what you're proposing, and he can hear it all. He's also meeting with us individually. He may not feel like it's necessary unless he wants us to kind of talk through a list and help get it prioritized for him. That's his call. He's the boss now. But I've shared a lot of my goals with him. I have not had my first official formal sit down with him, but we've talked on the phone and we Zoomed. So he knows what mine are. And I'm anxious, I'm more interested in hearing what he reports back to us that the collective goals are that he can organize for us. So I'll save that for the next topic. But what you're proposing here, of course, yes, yes.
Commissioner Samari?
Isn't it the same? I'm accomplishing the same thing that you're trying to accomplish, except that you're going to give him a timeline on your agenda item.
Well, let's talk about my agenda item when we get to my agenda items. I don't want you to presume what you think I mean in that item.
Yeah, let's wait for that to talk about that. Let's talk about this one right now. So I think that what you brought up were great. First of all, those are great goals. And I appreciate you bringing them to us. And also, you know, we all have individual goals. And I think that, you know, a lot of them mirror each other because they're things we've been talking about for years. You just finished saying that nothing's gotten done in the last 2 years. And I agree with you that there's a certain group of things that really need addressing, right? And we know what those things are. There are short-term goals, in my opinion, and there's long-term goals, right? I think that that's going to be something for Mario to decipher because there's certain things that Mario will have an immediate impact on. And then there are going to be some things that are going to take time for Mario to come back to us, you know, with plans and with solutions and with long-term solutions. So as far as your basically, I think and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Samari, what you're asking for is for our input on goals that we think are necessary, correct? Is that the purpose of your?
Purpose is what goals we as commissioners and our priorities. If you can't agree on this particular item, how can you go forward with the next one? Because the next item is basically giving them a timetable and telling them what it has to do. This is telling us what our goals are. It doesn't say a time limit. It just says what, as we as commissioners, what our goals and our priorities are and what the city manager's goals and priorities. He gave us some of his priorities. That's exactly what I'm looking for. That's a discussion. But to go to the next one is given a time, well, I'll let Commissioner Kennedy explain his thing, but it's given a timetable and it's basically micromanaging the manager. I mean.
So I think that what happened when we talked about earlier today, that, you know, sometimes we answer our own questions earlier. I think that a lot of the questions that we're asking in not only in your proposition, but also in the one that's coming up, I think the manager already answered those. And I think that he already brought to the table a lot more goals than probably I would have assumed coming in. So I was very impressed with that. So, you know, I would have given him probably 5 or 6, and I think he had like 10 or 15. I don't know how many he had. Well, however many, he had way more than I would have brought. So I think that he's already answered this, and I think he's already answered the next one. So I think these are two things that we can just move along in my personal opinion. Hi, Judy. Okay. So what are we doing with this, Mr. Samari? Commissioner Samari?
We're having a discussion. So Gavin, the commissioners, we're having a. This is the discussion. This is nothing to vote on. I just thought commissioners would want to talk about what their priorities are and what their thing is. I mean, I had this discussion with the city manager already about it.
If I may, and I think this helps address the commissioner's concern, one of my priorities for this, not only for the remainder of the fiscal year, but even establishing routine moving forward, is going through a strategic budgeting process. And in that process, we would have that executive session where the commission and I and the village attorney and staff, we get together and we discuss what those priorities are and how we list them and how we move that forward. So I hear you loud and clear. I do have several just walking in that I've already, these are top things we need to start addressing right away. Some of them are long-term, as the vice mayor has mentioned, but we can start working on that process now. You will have the opportunity at the beginning of the year as to that workshop, and then being able to expand on this discussion into, okay, this is the priority, this is why it's a priority, and this is how it feeds into our vision and the mission of the village, and how all that kind of ties together. So I will start working on that process for us all, and I think you'll be satisfied once we get through the entire process as I laid it out in our prior conversations and in the interview in the past. I believe the vice mayor is not with us at the moment. If there's no other discussion, may I recommend moving on to the next item? Oh, he's running back. You have the meeting again, sir.
Okay, let's move on to the next item then. What do we have here? 13C.
Next item up for bid. Can you hear me? Did I unmute myself? Or am I being silly to myself? Okay, good.
The next
Okay,
one is 13D.
Okay, so this is me, correct? Yep.
Yes.
I'm D. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm sure you all read my, I hope you all read my item. So it's along the same lines, it's goals, and it's just a different take on some of what Dan just discussed. But I prefer to take a swing at it a bit differently. I don't want to throw a bunch of stuff at Mario and say, go get all this stuff done. What I would prefer us do at this point is, we've hired this guy. He really kind of blew us all away in an interview. One of the things we asked him to do when we interviewed him was to report back about his interview. And when he did that, he had already done a lot of homework. He had watched videos, YouTube videos of our meetings, and he provided kind of like, here are the outstanding items going on in this village that need to be addressed right away. And he gave us a list of tasks that need to be done and some bigger goals as well. So I think Mario completely gets it. He may not know every detail about everything, certainly, at the end of day one, but he knows, and he's met with all of us individually in one way or the other, and he knows what's on our minds. He knows what's currently active here in the village that needs to be addressed short term and some of the long term things as well. And he'll want to dive a little bit deeper in all of that, I know. But what I would prefer that we do is to ask Mario to take all of the things he's learned from all of us and from his own research, like your list, Dan, to take your list, Dan, and to get that from each of us on his own, outside of a meeting, meet with us, and to come back to us and present something to us. I want to hear what Mario thinks about all of this, because he's the guy who has to get it done. And I want to hear how he's going to tackle it. I don't want to tell him what to do. I want him to come back and tell us, here's what I think needs to be done, and ask us basically to sign off on it, to discuss it, move things around, tweak it, whatever. But he's our CEO. So the CEO needs to come back to us and say, here's what needs to get done. Here's my plan to attack it, not with exact dates attached to everything. But one of the things we have to recognize is that he inherited a budget that just got approved a few months ago. So he basically has, 3/4 of a year's budget left, and our fiscal year ends at the end of September. What I would like is for him to come back in January with his plan for what he wants to do and how he wants to go about it, and present it to us. And then we can discuss it, approve it, and get out of his way and let him report back. Now, that's the other critical component of this is that, did I just chase Dan out of the room? Is that, sorry about that, is that we don't micromanage Mario. There he is. We don't micromanage him here, and we let him decide how he's going to structure this for us. We don't need to tell him what it needs to look like, what needs to be in it. That's Mario's job. And we hired a really, really bright, accomplished guy who I can tell he gets it already. Let's let him do this. Let's let him come back to us and say, after conferring with all of you and all the research I've done, here are like some immediate things that have got to get done, and that's going to take all my time and attention. I'm making something up. It's going to take all my time and attention in January and February because we've got some big ticket items that I've got to address or they're going to blow up in our face. The house is about to burn down. We got to put out the solid waste fire, the FAA fire, whatever those things are that he reports back to us. And then he can lay out for the rest of the fiscal year a loose structure of what he's going to do, how he's going to go about it, how it attaches to our budget. It would be an opportunity for him to say, guys, I need you to authorize some movement of money within the budget to kind of align with what I want to do for you. And we decide on that as well. And then he also tells us how he's going to report back, because the last thing Mario needs is 5 people contacting him all the time saying, what's going on with this and what's going on with that? And you said you were working on this and I haven't heard anything. We need to let Mario propose back to us as a component of this, how he'll be communicating with us so we can minimize our time with him and let him do his job and get quality information back to us. So I think once Mario shows us the immediate things and all the things he's going to get done or work on across the rest of this fiscal year, and how it attaches to our budget, where it's necessary, and how he wants to communicate back to us, and then we'll approve it, or we'll tweak it and approve it. But that's, I think, the best way to go about this with Mario. Let him do it. I want us to stay out of his way and set him up to succeed in this. So that's my discussion item for you guys. And if it goes well, I'd be willing to make a motion at the end of it, but I'm anxious to hear what you guys think.
Commissioner Samaria.
No, I don't have any. I think that's exactly what this one puts a timetable on it. First off, we got December and we're already in December. So now you're telling them to come back in January with all of this stuff. What I was discussing is goals and priorities is not to have a timetable. You're basically putting a timetable on here. And I just don't understand. We're both, not Commissioner Kennedy and I are basically having the same thing, but we're coming out from 2 different angles, and that just doesn't make sense. That's the only thing I have.
May I respond to that since you addressed it?
Commissioner Happelberg, because you may have something you want to say.
Okay.
I think Mario already, bless you, Mac. I think Mario already said that he was going to do that for the January meeting, unless I misunderstood him earlier. The only thing I see different in what your recommendation is, Mac, is you put the budgetary stuff with it. So I don't know that we need to direct him if he's already going to be doing it. I think the budgetary stuff is probably a good tie-in for it, though.
Okay. My turn. Here we go. My turn. So, listen, I think we hired an extremely smart manager. I know he's in the room, whatever. But it's obvious that, he already came back with a tremendous list. I think that he's smart enough to know what he needs to do. I think that he'll be reaching out to each one of us in a very short time, and we will all be sitting with him, and we will all be discussing what the things that we see as priorities and things that we feel that are important for the village. So I at this point right now today, as we sit here, I don't see a need to direct him to do anything other than to come back to us in January. And I think that knowing the way he is and from what I've seen so far, he's going to come back in January with a better list than any of us can probably come up with. And I think that I think we'll be pleasantly surprised. I think that we need to give him a chance to just get his feet wet. And today, this evening, I saw him come in here, and he had 12 different orders from people. They want lights over there, fix the door over there. There's a hanging problem with the ceiling. So let's give the man a little chance to acclimate and get his feet wet, and then let him come back to us in January. And I know we'll be more than pleasantly surprised with what he'll come back with. So I don't think there's anything necessary to do at this point. That's my 2 cents on the matter.
I agree.
Okay, well, let me just respond to a couple of things there. So having a list is very different than having a plan. So the list is easy, the plan is a little more challenging. So, I could come up with 50 things for the village to do right now, but that doesn't mean I'm going to accomplish any of them if I were the guy in charge. Thank God I'm not. So, but those are two very different things, list versus plan. When you have a plan put together, you really do need to tie money into it, because we have a budget that we have to live within. And you have to have time constraints on a plan. The very definition of a plan is having that, and it will happen in this period of time. So without time, it's all just good ideas. Oh yeah, I'm working on that. Well, you said you'd get it done. Well, I never said when I'd get it done. And I'm not suggesting Mario is going to act like this, but it is our responsibility as a commission to manage this person. He's the only person we manage. He manages a whole lot of people here in the village, but he's the only person that we manage, and we do it as a body. We do it here in these meetings. It's the only time we do it. So we can have meetings with him individually and talk about things, but we can't direct him at those meetings. The only time we do it is here in this room, or in this virtual room. It's the only time we are that we can give him direction and send him off on his way. And we all have an interest in sending him off in the right direction. So all I'm really suggesting here is let him come back to us. He's already done a lot of it. He has a list. He has and his list is not that much different than mine. Some of this is very short-term stuff. Like, he's got to get this done. He's got to get solid waste done. He's got to get it done by the end of January. And then it's a maintenance thing after that. So some of these things are done and move on, and some are bigger, a capital improvement program. That's a big long-term kind of a goal. So that's all I'm suggesting, is that we let him come back to us and report back to us. But guys, he does need to report to us. That's how this relationship works between the manager and the commission as a group, not individually. So that's what I'm suggesting here. And a really critical component of that.
I'm sorry, Mac. I think that's what I said, right? He was coming back in January. And I would like to see something, is what I'm saying. Him to present something. Okay, so actually, I think that let's get some feedback from him and tell us what you think.
Absolutely, thank you, Vice Mayor. I think part of the conversation we've had throughout the evening, and there's several. Apologies. I have my little bulletproof window over here, so I think I'm safe, and I apologize for constantly taking off the mask. I think there are a lot of issues that are in front that just from the outside looking in need to be addressed, and I mentioned those earlier tonight. I understand the will of the commission as to formulating that kind of plan and almost coming up with like a implementation plan. I would do my best to provide some type of presentation towards that end for January. Although some of these areas I need to really dive into a lot more. And so there might be, this is how I'm moving forward on these type of events, and I can definitely look into and tie the budget. That shouldn't be a problem. But a full implementation plan in January, I don't think is reasonable. Which is why from day one, I have been mentioning it, and as I mentioned in the last item, that strategic plan / budgeting is what is really going to lay out all of this for us and how these things move forward. It's not just simply putting a list and ranking things 1 through 10. It is going from, okay, these are the things we want to accomplish as a commission. And then the next step is for, through the budget, staff and I being able to develop what that type of implementation plan is, and then presenting you all with that budget for next year of how that continues to move forward. Some of these items, like you all mentioned, are very short term. So coming in January and telling you what the recommendation is for Waste Pro or the solid waste issue that we have and how we move forward, that absolutely you need to know, okay, it's great that you've listed it, but how are we accomplishing it? And that would be its own item as well. So there are going to be various components on some of the areas that I've mentioned before that we'll definitely be able to dive much deeper into. In some areas, I might not be able to give you that type of plan because it could be out of our control. For example, the FEMA issue that we learned about just recently. Well, I can't control that. It is basically at their disposal of however the kind of speed they are. I can tell you, well, okay, we're going to be turning in the paperwork. I think I'm going to make a phone call, but that's not going to be an implementation plan. So there's certain things that I think I can definitely address and come up with as you all are requesting. And then there's certain areas where I can talk towards the item and why I think it's important, but not have a full implementation plan. So I think it's a little bit of a hybrid on that. And I don't mind coming back in January with any of that.
Comments, anybody?
That's really what can you hear me? I'm talking through my
Yes.
laptop.
Yes,
now.
I hear you.
So that's exactly what I was talking about. I'm not asking for a structure and a blow by blow, minute by minute, week by week kind of thing from you, Mario. It's your decision how you present this to us. That's exactly what I'm asking for. So thank you for that. And I know you're not going to lay out deadlines for every single thing on your list. It's a starting point. Thank you.
So are we good with the manager's proposition?
I think you provided consensus direction towards me. You don't need a motion. I don't feel that you need a motion, but you can. But I think you already gave direction to the manager.
See, he's already managing me. This guy's good. I'm telling you. You saw that? Is that good? Everybody saw it? All right. Okay, let's move on. All right. Where were we at? 13E. That is Commissioner Hammelberg's. That's all you.
All right. I have a small company.
There we go. I have a small company. My company has a car. I personally have a car. My company pays the insurance, the tires, repairs on the company car. I pay the insurance, tires, and repairs on my personal car. I have a divided life. The company is a company, and mine is mine. So I read over the amazingly detailed attorney's bills from Mr. Dion's firm for September, and I am very impressed. I'm very happy to see the detail. But when I see attorney's bills discussing commissioners wanting to use village resources for campaigns and charging what appears to be close to 4 hours of our attorneys' times for questions on campaign issues, it concerns me. And when I read the book that we were given about becoming commissioners, it says relationship of the commissioner to the attorney. It says it's important to note that the village attorney does not represent individual members of the commission, but the commission as a whole. So I think we're setting a really bad precedent for commissioners who are using attorneys about campaign stuff. I think we need to be very careful about this. And I understand Mr. Dion trying to save the village from the liability. And I understand it didn't cost more money, but it certainly took more village resources in his time. And I really think we need to think about why this is happening and if this is acceptable. I mean, if each of us ran 4 hours of the attorney's time for our needs personal, for our campaign, it would be excessive, no?
Okay, may I?
Mm-hmm.
Judy, you're talking about me, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what did you read that indicates to you that I crossed some line? What did you read exactly?
Review and respond to Commissioner Kenny's emails, RE Zoom campaign event, research attorneys general's opinions regarding
I'm sorry,
candidate
so you read the
forums
attorney bills.
1.1.
Okay, so you read the attorney bills.
Yeah.
Did you investigate any further beyond that to find out what it is that Ed and I were communicating about?
No, I read the attorney bills, and I'm concerned about them because when I look through, I don't see other commissioners taking anywhere near this amount of time.
Okay, well, Judy, I'm not going to defend myself on that. Let's just talk about your main issue. Might I suggest that you do a little more research on this and find out what those conversations were about, so you have a full understanding of what Ed and I were communicating about?
No, I think you're deferring the question of the use of our attorney.
Okay, so then I'm going to ask a question to Ed. Ed, was there anything untoward about anything that you and I discussed in the month of September that's shown on that bill?
No, it's all commission business, village business. If we had thought that there was something inappropriate, we would have let you know, and we would not have discussed it with you. But, you know, in our opinion, it was all related to the village, and so we provided our input.
And I'll add to that, Judy, that I made sure that that was the case before I took up any of Ed's time or Valerie's time on the things that I discussed with them. So I did my due diligence, and I made sure that what I was going to discuss with them was all in the clear before I did it. So I might suggest that when you want to bring things like that in, that you do a little more homework on it, because now the attorney's telling you that nothing untoward happened here.
It doesn't look good for you.
Well,
it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good that you've taken 4 hours of the attorney's time.
Okay.
Regarding campaign issues.
Okay, well, if I may be so blunt, what doesn't look so good for you right now is that you're trying to stir up something and the attorney just shot it down directly. So this is a big nothing burger. And I will say one other thing about another comment you made, that you don't see other commissioners' names on there as much. You'll recall that today's our first day with the village manager, right, Judy? So,
we've had an interim manager all along.
Right. We had a village clerk who was filling in as an interim manager, and she was also the election supervisor. Roseanne had a lot on her plate. And it wasn't that many weeks ago that you sent me an email accusing me of having Roseanne do, quote, my commission work, which was also incorrect. So I made sure that you were clear that I was not having Roseanne do any of my work, because my work is not writing proclamations, writing resolutions, and having signs ordered for the village. That's not my job. That's Roseanne's job. But I was helping her do some of that. I volunteered it. That's what a good commissioner does. So do your homework before you come back with these things. But we didn't have a manager in the month of September for me to go to. And with all due respect to Roseanne, she was an interim manager, and she's our village clerk. And we do have full access to the attorneys, Judy. And I suggest that you take advantage of that, because had you done that and had a conversation with Ed first, this item wouldn't be on our agenda right now, because he would have said, oh no, Judy, that was all fine. And you wouldn't be wasting commission meeting time right now, for which we're paying him to sit here. So please, can we stop this? Let's all stop this. I'm looking forward to you bringing good constructive things to us, Judy, that will move the village to a better place. This kind of stuff is really just unbecoming, and I'm a little embarrassed for you.
All right, Commissioner Samara, you have a comment?
Okay, to me, that what you're saying, Commissioner Kennedy, is uncalled for. That's saying that to other commissioners. My concern is this. On February 28th, the 6-month flat rate is going to expire. My question, and I really believe that commissioners should be going to the city manager to talk to, in reference, getting information in reference to the attorney. My question is to the attorney, what would this bill, if we didn't have a flat rate right now, what would this September bill have been? Remember, I once asked you if you can do that for me and give me what the bill would have been?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah, the hourly rate.
I didn't total up the hours.
Yeah, the hourly rate.
It's hard for me to tell you. But it's
What's
more
the hourly
than
rate?
it's
What's the
more
hourly
than
rate?
it's more than the
Right.
agreed upon rate.
Right, and I think what Commissioner Judy's trying to get at is that we have to, sooner or later, this is going to end. We're going to have to go back. I think you made at the last statement, Attorney Ed, about that you'd rather have phone calls than having the emails. Well, the problem is if we go by hourly rate, it's going to cost us more for phone calls than it is for going and doing emails.
Well,
I think that as commissioners, we should be going through the city manager and asking the city manager to answer any questions that we have to answer. I'm not saying we can't have any conversation with you. I think attorney, I've called you up many times to get your opinions on it. But I think that we in February 28th, this flat rate's going to end. And what I'm hoping, and I don't believe it's going to happen with your law firm, I don't want us to have bills that we have had in the past. And, people have complained about how former Mayor Trotman took up too much time of the attorney. I'm hoping as commission, we don't do that.
Thank you, Commissioner Samaria. I think one of the issues has been that we haven't had a full-time professional manager here for quite some time. And I think that I'm not speaking for anybody. I can only speak for myself. And probably I would have probably been reaching out to the attorney quite often as well, trying to seek advice because I wasn't getting that advice or the right advice from the staff that we had or have. So I think that's initially the first issue. The second issue, now that we have a full-time professional manager, I think, in my opinion, I think most of the things that happen in this village should go through him. I agree with you 100%. But I still think that obviously we should have the absolute right and ability to contact the attorney at any time should something arise that we feel is necessary. Everybody here is an adult, and we understand that there is a cost. I didn't hear Ed tell us the cost, an hourly cost for what is it that you bill hourly, Ed, for your services for the village, or if you had to bill the village, what would it be?
Well, it depends, on what the issue is. We're anywhere from $225 to $300 an hour, but usually for municipalities, it's at the lower end for general governmental work.
So 250 to be safe, right around there.
Something like that.
Okay, so 250. We don't know. And I'm not going to put you in the spot, Ed, here to tell us what's going to happen in February, because the reality is we don't know what's going to happen in February. We'll all sit back down, I'm sure in February and discuss. And I'm sure you're going to go look back at your bills and say, whoa, I got shortchanged, right? Look at all the hours that I put in, and this is the only thing that I got paid, which obviously we're very appreciative. But looking forward, we have to realize that all of the things that we do and all the communications and everything has a cost, and so we need to streamline that. And like I said, I think most of the conversations should go through our manager now, but we still absolutely should have the right and the ability to contact our attorney and speak on matters that we feel might come up that we might have questions about. Commissioner Samara?
Commissioner, I think what Commissioner Judy was is exactly what you're saying. I think she's just saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner, is that we need to, in the future, now, like you said, we didn't have a city manager in the past. So this is in the future. I don't think she's questioning just this bill. It basically is saying that the commissioners in the future need to go through the city manager, or at least that's what I'm saying, need to go through the city manager and have our bill go down, because sooner or later, this bill, as of February 28th, is going to go up. And I think with the city manager, that would change a little bit. But I think we need to go more through, think about it in the future. Yes, we can get away with it now because we have a flat rate. I don't think we should have taken, I thought you were going, we basically took advantage of attorney when he gave us a flat rate. And if I looked at this bill, we overdid it as a commission. And I think that we took advantage of him. And I think that I'm concerned about that in the future, we're going to do the same thing. That's the only thing I'm saying. We need to.
Yes, we need a motion to extend the meeting. It's 11 p.m.
Motion to extend the meeting until 11:30.
I second it.
We won't go that long. All in favor? Aye. Okay. All right, may I? Okay, to be clear, I want to respond to something Dan just said, because I want to be abundantly clear, because he suggested what he thought Commissioner Judy meant. I want to make sure we're abundantly clear. Commissioner Judy suggested that Commissioner Kennedy was having the village attorney conduct personal work for him on the village dime. That's what Commissioner Judy said. So I just want to make sure you're clear on that, and that's not true. So to anyone listening, she said that, and that's not true. And in her item, she says ethical issues. It's not true. So let's be abundantly clear on that. And I want to tell you a little story. This is why a commissioner needs to have access to the attorney, because last meeting, Commissioner Dan wanted us to consider not being allowed to talk to the attorney directly, which is not allowed. So that got swatted away. When I got elected in January, I'm going to make this a very short story. The first thing I did as a commissioner-elect, I came and talked to Roseanne and Christian. And I got a little lesson about being a new commissioner-elect. And they said, the rules apply to you now. Sunshine, all these other things, they apply to you now. I said, cool, I got it. And my first conversation with our manager at the time was, so at our commission meeting, when I get sworn in with Ginny, the first thing we have to do is elect the mayor. That's what it says in the charter. Oh, no, Mac, we're not doing that. No, this wasn't a regular election. I had to argue with our manager to follow our charter. To follow our charter. And he refused. And I had to go to the attorney directly. And it took a while to convince them of the words that were in front of them on the page, because they didn't want to follow the charter either. And it was lots of emails. And if anyone's interested, Judy, do a PRR, public records request. You can get all those emails, because I sent them through the server so they'd be on record. You can see all those emails. I'll be happy to pull them up myself and show them to you. And I fought for this village's charter to be followed properly. And it came down to 2 hours before that meeting when a partner from that law firm got on the phone with me and Christian and she said, Christian, he's right. You have to do it. And she said, Mac, just so you know, the mayor's going to walk. And I said, not my problem, her problem. My problem is at my first commission meeting, we will not violate this charter. That's a lesson in why a commissioner needs to have direct and full access to the attorney. Because sometimes things don't go right. And it's your responsibility, Judy, to make sure it does. And sometimes you'll need access to the attorney to ensure that. God, I hope you never have to fight the fight I fought that week to get the right thing done. But I did it for this village, because that's what the oath that I was taking for this village. I did it before I was a commissioner, and I followed through after I was a commissioner. I do not appreciate the insinuation that I do anything unethical. I am anything but unethical. You can come up with lots of things that are true, Judy. I'll give you a list, but unethical is not one of them.
Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor, I'm right here. Really quick, I have a feeling this is, I just want to make sure I'm understanding something. Ed, is this related to the complaint relating the signs that I received? Is that what we're talking about?
Nope.
Okay.
Ed, do you have any opinion on this whole? You're muted.
Ed, do you have any opinion on this whole?
First of all, as you all know, we just started in September. And so there was a pretty big learning curve for us, because we had to figure out what was happening in the village before we got here. And as you can see from some of the stuff, Valerie had to spend a bunch of time looking at old commission meetings to get an idea of what you wanted to do, like with respect to the construction ordinance. And so there was a ramping up for us, and we knew that there was going to be a ramping up for us. And then we had the issue with respect to the special meetings that we've had in order to get your new village manager. So there were extra meetings that we weren't anticipating at the time. I'm pretty convinced, after speaking with him that, once Mario gets running a little faster, although he seems to be at top speed right now, that a lot of those issues are going to work themselves out and will in all likelihood reduce the amount of time that we have to spend responding to inquiries. But one thing I have to do, and that is, and Mac's absolutely right. You folks have to have the ability to contact me for legal issues relating to the village, whether it's an ethical issue, and your ethical issues, I believe, are village issues. And that's why we spent that time on his behalf. And so you need to be able to call us. Listen, it's a flat fee. We know it's a flat fee. And the fact is that, we don't believe that anybody's taking undue advantage of it. So, let's just go and do our business, and not worry about this. Nothing's going to happen on February 28th, Commissioner, other than the fact our agreement is that we're going to talk about it. So, please don't think that there's going to be, a bomb dropped on you on March the 28th, because that's not our intent. Our intent is to serve as village attorney and to provide whatever service you guys need us to do. So I'd really just like to move on, because I don't like to have my bills scrutinized every time I send you guys one.
Well, we still got October and November coming, right?
Well, yeah, and those were the ones, where we had those special meetings. And so, you're going to see a lot of hours involved in that, because we did spend a lot of hours for that. And we, in fact, told you that we should be present in those workshops in case issues came up. And in fact, they did. So, it is what it is. We're not worried about it. I really hope that you folks don't worry too much about it. And, let's just go.
Okay. Commissioner Hammelberg, what would you like to do with your?
I can't hear you, Judy.
I said I asked for a discussion and we got a discussion.
Oh, it ends there?
It ends there.
Wonderful.
I mean, I can't discuss it outside of, and I don't have Ed's number, so.
I'm sure Ed will get you.
Send him an email.
We'll have it tonight.
Perfect. It's on your signature, isn't it? On your email signature?
The signature of his email, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what do we have left? Request for placement of items on next agenda? Do we have anything to place?
I do.
I think the conversation that I had with you, you were going to talk about as far as when the agenda is, when people are going to be doing it, or is that you're going to wait until the January meeting?
I hope to bring to you in January a recommendation as to putting the agendas together and how that's kind of moving forward. So that'll be coming to you in January.
Which is the next commission.
Correct.
Perfect.
So we'll continue with the rules as is. January, you'll get a presentation and recommendation from me to adopt some business structures that I think would benefit the village. It's not too different. It's more of the pre-agenda work, and then it would carry over if you guys adopt that moving forward.
Yeah, because I like to see where, I think I discussed this with you, I like to see where the commission and the residents get to see agenda items at least a week before the commission meeting. So I think that's one of the things that I
Correct.
talked to you about.
One of the items would be, I think it's best practice that you have at least 7 days with an agenda that allows me the opportunity to also work with you all in briefings, as opposed to receiving an agenda the Friday before. So using this meeting as an example, it is deadlines for agenda items to be turned into the village clerk, and for my review would be November 17th. The agenda would have then gone out on November 24th for today's, which is last Tuesday. That would have given me the opportunity to schedule individual meetings and commission briefings with you and the appropriate department staff if needed. We can answer any of your questions or whatnot, so that come meeting, you have a lot of just the inquisitory nature of it somewhat answered, and you understand why the item is brought to you for it. So it's just putting that into a little bit better context so that you have more time.
So what do you have a deadline now while we have all the commissioners here, of a deadline of when we could have for the January meeting?
No, I'll bring that in January.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't have that.
Okay.
Mac, you had something?
For the next agenda? Yeah, a couple of things. I just want to remind everyone that we'll be announcing the winners of the Holiday Decorating Award, so we need to make sure that's on the agenda. We also pushed the FDOT Calvin Giordano proposal to January. So that, and I'm saying some of this because Mario wasn't, he was at that meeting, I'm reminding you. This month, Parks and Parkways is getting an answer on the tree grant for 2021. So they'll get an answer in December and have a meeting, and they'll be bringing that to us. So last time they were tripping over us. We were in the way of Parks and Parkways trying to get it done, and I want to make sure that it's as effortless for them as possible. They worked really hard on this. So the tree grant we'll be looking at as well. And then Mario, I have a couple of other things that I'll talk to you directly about that don't need to be discussed now. But thank you. And I'll say good night now, guys. And I just, again, want to apologize for coughing. I'm really sorry. I tried to minimize it as much as I could. So,
Commissioner Hamilton, you got anything?
We haven't called the meeting yet. McKinney's ready to leave.
Hey, he's tired. Does anybody want to call for an adjourn?
No, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
All right, I second it. It's been fun, real fun.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great night.